Neste momento, eu gostaria de convidar ao Dr. Batista Macovele, desculpa, o representante do presidente do Conselho Empresarial de Maputo. Dr. Macovele tem uma carreira que estende por 34 anos, tendo estado em várias instituições, em posições de liderança, como gestor de transportes semicoletivos, o trabalho como diretor delegado da NAVIC, coordenadora do setor dos núcleos da Atromap, vice-presidente da direção da Atromap, diretor de manutenção da COTRAC 1, e vice-presidente da FEMATRO e diretor da Administrações Finanças e Patrimônio. A doutora Macovele, seja bem-vindo à formação. Muito obrigada. Eu agradeço que ligue o seu vídeo também quando estiver a fazer a mensagem de boas-vindas. Doutora Macovele?
Muito bom dia. Muito bom dia. Muito obrigado por fazer parte deste seminário. Caríssimos representantes da USAID Trade Hub, estimados empresários, meus colegas, caros convidados. Em nome da Confederação das Associações Econômicas de Moçambique, CTA, delegação da província de Maputo, e em meu nome pessoal, gostaria de saudar a todos que estão a participar deste importantíssimo evento promovido pela USAID Trade Hub, nosso parceiro de cooperação. No âmbito da plataforma de comércio transfronteiriço da África Austral, da USAID Trade Hub, criou um conjunto de ferramentas de comércio transfronteiriço regional com a finalidade de ajudar e aumentar as importações provenientes de Angola, Botsuana, Eswatini, Lesoto, Malau, Moçambique, Namíbia, Zâmbia, para a África do Sul. O objetivo é trabalhar com agências de promoção do comércio, organizações de membros empresários, exportadores e importadores, a fim de melhorar as competências técnicas e encontrar soluções para ultrapassar as barreiras comerciais, bem como facilitar reuniões e acordos comerciais que aumentam as exportações para a África do Sul. O país tem 3 grandes portos, nomeadamente Maputo, Beira e Nacal, e 3 portos mais pequenos a enfrentar desafios na área de infraestruturas rodoviárias. O país tem a capacidade de utilizar rotas marítimas para exportar para a África do Sul. Os 5 principais destinos de exportações em 2019 foram a Índia, a África do Sul, os Países Baixos, a China, Singapura, sendo 41% constituídos por combustíveis e 28% por minérios e metais, e os restantes constituídos por produtos alimentares, agrícolas, matéria-prima e bens manufaturados. Os produtos de exportação que serão objeto do conjunto de ferramentas do comércio transfronteiriço regional são o amendoim, amêndoa, castanha de caju, pescado, grau especializado de café, moringa, artesanato e acessórios, frutos de embondeiro, o vulgo malambe, em pó e cosméticos. Para terminar a nossa introdução, queremos saudar e agradecer pela subcooperação da nossa CTA com a USAID Trade Hub e desejar a todos uma participação ativa, de modo que o conjunto de ferramentas de comércio transfronteiriço que aqui serão transmitidos para a formação deve ser transmitido aos beneficiários finais, de modo a constituir um recurso que incentive os nossos participantes a exportar para a África do Sul, reduzindo simultaneamente os custos e riscos associados à entrada de novos mercados. Pela melhoria do ambiente de negócio, Meu muito obrigado.
Doutora Macovela, pela sua intervenção. Neste momento, eu gostaria de apresentar a doutora Mary Gander, que é a consultora de comércio e logística, que vai dirigir esta formação. A Mary Gander é uma consultora de comércio e logística com mais de 18 anos de experiência de trabalho. As funções anteriores incluem venda, gestão de clientes, recursos humanos, dentro do grupo Moller-Maersk, a gestora nacional de serviços de cliente da CMA e docentes de estudos marítimos na Universidade de Tecnologia de Durban. É membro do Instituto de Diretores, Trade Expert e membro do Instituto de Corretores Navais Diplomados, e possui o grau de mestrado em comércio pela Universidade de KwaZulu-Natal. No seu papel atual como consultora independente, a Mary trabalha com agências de desenvolvimento e empresas para fornecer logística, facilitação de comércio e soluções de cadeia de valor. Mary é apaixonada pela promoção da igualdade de género no setor do comércio internacional. Então, neste momento, vou lhe convidar, Mary Gander, para dirigir a nossa formação. E, mais uma vez, muito obrigada a todos.
Good morning to all the participants, and thank you to our colleagues from the Ministry of Trade, Mr. Masia, and from CTA, Mr. Makawele, for joining us and for partnering with us on this workshop. I think, we've been involved with MIC and CTA since the beginning of the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, since we started developing it. And I'd like to thank the different organizations and the companies that allowed us to survey you and interview you and to start the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, because this is where we started over a year ago, and we worked on finding out what the barriers to trade were. We've spoken to quite a few of you, and we've looked at all the different processes. And from there, we started developing the toolkit, and we tried to make it as simple and easy to understand as possible, especially for the growing exporters, the SMEs, so that they could actually find a way to use it and understand it easily. There's a lot of barriers to trade, and some of it is mainly about the skills that exporters have. I will now share my screen, and I will stop my video to do that. So once again, thank you to everyone for joining us for the Training of Trainers workshop for the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. The aim of this training is to train our partners and different organizations so you can actually learn how to use the toolkit, what information is found in the toolkit, and also to be able to train others on how to use the toolkit. So we will show you all the different types of information that's on the toolkit. We do have an assignment, which you will be presenting later today, but this is just about using the toolkit and finding ways and solutions to understanding the export process and what you need to do when you are exporting. The agenda for today is, and we will start with an introduction to the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit video series. Then you will have your tea break, and afterwards we will go straight into the sessions on the country and product-specific processes. Thereafter, we'll be looking at selecting payment methods and Incoterms, creating a timeline for the export order, and we will finish up with a brief on the assignment and a discussion. So if you have any questions from the video series or any questions that you would like to ask, so please save them for after the tea break. and we would answer a few questions then. But at the end of my session, we will be having a discussion. So whatever questions you may have, please save them. Even if I cannot answer it immediately, I will try and find the information for you, so I can answer it, even if it's on products that's not on the toolkit. So please keep that in mind for the session. I am happy to answer whatever questions you have. And I'm hoping that because we have different organizations in the room, we can have a discussion and a sort of networking session that you can actually have, because the project is coming to an end. And we are trying to hand over to the partners and to make sure that whatever work the USA Trade Hub has started in Mozambique continues with the different organizations and the different partners. So I'm very happy to see that the partners who've been here all along are still here with us. And we are looking forward to seeing how this project improves and how exports really improves from Mozambique. Okay, we have developed the introduction of this video series for the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. The main idea behind the video series is to give you an understanding of what to expect in the toolkit and obviously make it a bit easier to use. And we have some of the exporters from different countries who tell us about their experience with using the toolkit in these videos. The first video is an introduction to the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. And as I've said, this project has been going on for over a year. We've worked closely with some of the partners, and we've worked on specific products that we export from certain countries. So we will be covering everything in the workshop today, but I will hand over firstly to Honorata to show you the first video on the introduction to the Regional Cross-Border Toolkit. Please bear in mind, we are working on the subtitles for it, so it is in English right now, but it will be shared in the next couple of weeks on the website with subtitles in Portuguese. Honorata, I'll hand over to you now.
In Southern Africa, the most populous country by far is South Africa. This may benefit you if you own a business in Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, or Zambia, because exporting your products to South Africa gives you access to a much bigger potential market than your country. Additionally, these countries belong to the Southern African Development Community, which allows member countries to trade with reduced and exempted customs duties. This lowers trade costs and increases the competitiveness of your products compared to non-member countries. Beyond the potential to grow your own business, cross-border trade also contributes to economic development and ultimately helps to alleviate poverty in the region.
Exporting to South Africa, it's been very, very positive. For us as a small country to export there, it's huge.
They are the biggest consumers within our region.
By exporting to South Africa, being our closest trading partner has really helped us grow the company. We would not have
medicinal plants and natural products, nuts, seeds and beans, moringa, honey, fruits, soya products, sauces, tea and coffee, textiles and clothing, personal protection.
Colegas, pedimos desculpas tanto a ter aqui uma dificuldade técnica no screen sharing. Peço imensas desculpas, dê-nos uns 2 minutos para acertar. Obrigada.
If you own a business in Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, or Zambia, because exporting your products to South Africa gives you access to a much bigger potential market than your country. Additionally, these countries belong to the Southern African Development Community, which allows member countries to trade with reduced and exempted customs duties. This lowers trade costs and increases the competitiveness of your products compared to non-member countries. Beyond the potential to grow your own business, cross-border trade also contributes to economic development and ultimately helps to alleviate poverty in the region.
Exporting to South Africa, it's been very, very positive. For us as a small country to export there, it's huge.
They are the biggest consumers within our region.
By exporting to South Africa, being our closest trading partner has really helped us grow the company. We would not have been able to do as well as we have done. South Africa was the only market really for our product.
The more produce we sell and the more markets the US Trade Hub exposes us to, the more people we can actually develop.
The kind of commodities you might export to South Africa range from metals, minerals and machinery to foods and fabrics. Examples include meat and meat products, fish, medicinal plants and natural products, nuts, seeds and beans, moringa, honey, fruits, soya products, sauces, tea and coffee, textiles and clothing, personal protective equipment, handicrafts and accessories. It is important to note that some products have specific requirements regarding applicable taxes, certifications, permits, inspections, packaging, and grading. Additionally, your business needs to understand the processes, procedures, and implications involved. Is there a market for your product? Does your business have the skills and resources to export? What are the requirements and risks? What documents and certifications are needed? These considerations all need to be addressed and prepared for as early as possible to reduce costly mistakes and delays. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has developed a regional cross-border trade toolkit specifically to answer your questions and to help you get export ready. This video series summarizes some of the most relevant aspects of the toolkit, and we're here to help you. Find out more about exporting to South Africa in the toolkit or by contacting the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Thank you, Honorata. I will share my screen again. Okay, that was the first video. The second video is on the export processes. And when we are looking at export processes, we are starting right at the beginning, where the company is looking at exporting, where they haven't started. And the first thing that they need to start thinking about is export readiness. So they need to look at their business, what their processes are locally, and how it needs to be changed for exporting. So when you are exporting, you need a lot more funds and a lot more money. And you really need to look at whether you have the skills for exporting, whether it's marketing to buyers in other countries, whether it's the skills for the logistics and dealing with cross-border trade. So there's a lot of things that need to be looked at when you are exporting from Mozambique or any other country going into South Africa, and also looking at whether or not your business is ready to do that. The other thing that businesses need to look at is the product readiness. So is your product ready to be exported? Does it have the quality, or does it meet the quality standards in South Africa? Does it meet the packaging standards and what's required in the retail stores in South Africa? Or what does your buyer actually require? So there is the business side for export readiness, and there is the product side for the export readiness. And then you need to look at what kind of exporter registrations you need, which ministries you need to register with, whether it's the Ministry of Industry and Trade, or the Chamber of Commerce, or the Department of Agriculture. These are all different registrations that you may need to have. You'd obviously have to register with customs. And the cross-border toolkit does give you an understanding of what may need to be done. Obviously, locally, there might be different requirements. So you need to be aware of that before you start exporting. At this point, I will hand over back to Honorata to show you the second video on the export process.
Process of exporting
The process of exporting from Southern African countries to South Africa begins long before the physical movement of goods. The first thing you need to do is to assess how ready you are to export. In terms of your business, you should consider aspects like, are you committed to building an export business and adapting your operations? Do you have the management skills and technical expertise in your business to undertake research and development and to execute all the administrative processes? Do you have the financial resources required to fund expansion into the international markets and the capacity required to produce and manufacture goods to meet demand? In terms of your product, you need to assess if there's a demand for them in South Africa. What is the competition within the market? Will it be easy to find buyers? Are your products and packaging adaptable for the South African market if necessary?
A lot of research was done before venturing into South Africa. In every single business, you have competitors. We did research and found that there is a space for our products in South Africa.
So we did our research and identify that there is a niche of baby vegetable production. So that is where we see the niche that we need to cover here so that we are able to compete in South Africa.
Remember that you don't need to tick all the boxes to start exporting. Begin the process by registering as an exporter with the relevant local authorities, such as the Chamber of Commerce or Department of Trade. Some products require registrations with other government departments, like the Ministry of Agriculture, and you will need a certificate of origin to benefit from the exemption of customs duties. Within the Southern African Development Community, at this point, it is advisable to speak to a freight forwarding agent who will process customs clearance at the border. The agent will be able to discuss transport costs, which you'll need for the next stage of the process, quoting. When a potential buyer in South Africa requests a quote, you may need to include costs like transport and insurance, in addition to the product costs, depending on the agreement. These costs, along with other important details, are usually supplied on a pro forma invoice. Once the buyer accepts the quote, you will then need to establish a contract with the terms and conditions of the sale, covering payment method, delivery, and insurance. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Contracts and Payments. When the conditions have been accepted by the buyer, you may start processing the order. This includes packaging your products and getting them ready for transport, as well as working with your freight forwarder to arrange transport and customs clearance. As much as this stage is about physically shipping products, a priority should be completing the relevant documents correctly and comprehensively. These documents, which include invoices, packing lists, transportation documents, and certificates of origin, are discussed in more detail in the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, which also covers other aspects of exporting to South Africa.
The cross-border toolkit, we've used it. We're checking and cross-checking what do we have, where can we improve, what are the conditions, what are the certification that we need to meet. So we're gradually improving ourselves so that we're able to do some cross-border export.
Using the US Trade and Investment Hub covers a lot of these requirements, and they actually guide you and walk you through contracts.
The export process may seem detailed and daunting, but you don't necessarily need to be a large-scale business to export. If you're ready and willing, help is available. For information or guidance, contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, our apologies for the technical glitches a bit earlier. I will be sharing the videos, so we can move back to my presentation. Let me just share that. Okay, the third video that we will be sharing is the contract of payment methods, and it's contracts and payment methods. So you will find that when you are exporting, your contract may not necessarily be in one document in writing. A lot of the terms and conditions and the agreement between the seller and the buyer is usually done via email, and that is how you actually put together the contract. So a lot of this information ends up being on your commercial invoice or your pro forma invoices and your quotes. So looking at where the delivery takes place, what is the cost, your pricing, the transport costs, insurance costs, all of these end up on the invoices, and then the description of the cargo goes onto your packing list. So there's a lot of back and forth emails between the seller and the buyer. And from there, you actually look at, that is basically your contract, whatever you have agreed to on email. When you look at the different types of payment methods, you're looking at the payment methods from the buyer, between the buyer and the seller. So you have sold your goods and you need payment from the buyer. So there are four main payment methods, the first being cash in advance, the second, the letter of credit, and the third, bank collections, and the fourth, open accounts. We will go into detail with this later today after your tea break, but the video will give you an idea of what to expect. Okay, so I will just try and share this video. Please bear with me. It's taking a couple of minutes for it to actually come up on my screen to share.
To start the contract process, you send a quote to the buyer. If the buyer is happy with terms and price, they will accept your quote. Congratulations! You're a giant step closer to becoming an exporter. But before you celebrate, remember that there are risks and responsibilities for you and your buyer. So it is in both of your interests to make sure you have a contract that is clear and comprehensive. In international trade, the contract is seldom one single document. It is the negotiation that usually happens by email between the buyer and the seller. A good contract will stipulate the details, terms and conditions of the sale, protecting both parties, helping to avoid risks like non-delivery or non-payment, and make the responsibilities of the buyer and supplier explicit. Broadly, your obligations as the seller are to deliver the goods, hand over all relevant documents, and transfer ownership of the goods. The goods must conform to the description, quality, and quantity you committed to, and must be packaged in a way that preserves and protects the contents. The buyer's obligations are to comply with the agreed formalities, pay for the goods, and take delivery. The contract must specify where and when delivery will take place, where risk passes, and who is responsible for which cost. The International Chamber of Commerce, Incoterms, provides a simple way to state these requirements. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Incoterms. One of the most important components of the contract is your and the buyer's agreement on how and when you will be paid. There are various methods of payment. Cash in advance is the most secure for the exporter, as you are paid in part or in full before delivering the goods. However, this method is used infrequently, as it places the financial burden and risk on the buyer. A letter of credit is a bank's written undertaking to make payment once the required documents are submitted. Letters of credit involve many different parties and are more expensive than most other payment methods, but they provide security for both the seller and the buyer. A cheaper but less secure option is a bank collection. This is where through your bank you can send a document to the buyer, initiating the collection of money owed to you. Although this is legally binding, it does not give you as much protection as a letter of credit. Lastly, you can sell on an open account basis, whereby you send shipping documents directly to your buyer, who should then pay you. This carries a risk of non-payment and is usually used by big established sellers and buyers. It's not recommended for new exporters. And if you do use this option, export credit insurance is advisable. So, your products have been shipped, risk has passed to the buyer, everyone has fulfilled their obligations, and you've been paid. Now you can celebrate. For more details, information and guidance, you can consult the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit or contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, so that was our third video. Our last video is on international commercial terms, Incoterms. Incoterms have been established by the International Chamber of Commerce. Many of you would have come across it before. It's not always easy to understand, and this is the reason why we've actually added it on as part of the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. You're looking at your passing of the risk, who pays for what, your costs, and also who is responsible for arranging transport, for arranging the loading and offloading of goods, who's responsible for the export clearance and the import clearance. So there's a lot of things that buyers and sellers need to think about and consider and negotiate, because the more responsibility that you've taken on for the shipment, the more cost you normally incur. So I will share the fourth video, and you can have a look at the Incoterms there, but also we will be going into detail on Incoterms during the training today.
Exporting your products to South Africa can be great for your business, and your community. Of course, there are significantly more responsibilities and risks that you take on as an exporter compared to trading locally.
The risk and responsibilities when exporting, I think the greatest one is insurance. You need to make sure that you insure your goods because anything can happen.
The contractual agreements are so important. Payment terms are so important, and ensuring that you maintain quality from farm to the final client.
For this reason, the agreement or contract between the supplier and buyer is a crucial part of doing business. It should clearly and explicitly specify what each of you is responsible for, where those responsibilities start and end, and indicate what can happen if one of you does not fulfill your obligations. Fortunately, this part of your contract does not need to be created or written from scratch, as an established and globally accepted set of agreements already exist. Incoterms, or International Commercial Terms. Incoterms are published by the International Chamber of Commerce, or ICC for short. They've been used since 1936 and are updated every 10 years. The most recent update in 2020 has 11 different Incoterms, with different options applicable to different modes of transporting the goods. 7 of the options are appropriate for any mode of transport, and 4 are only applicable for sea and inland waterway transport. You can access more details on the ICC website and even download a wall chart which summarizes the 11 options. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has also developed an easy-to-use summary tool to help you and the buyer choose the correct Incoterms for your order, with the most appropriate terms regarding delivery, costs, and risks. Once you decide on a specific Incoterm, you will be clear about your responsibilities regarding transport, the insurance cover you need to procure, where the goods must be delivered, which documents you must provide, and who is responsible for processing customs clearance. Buyers and sellers need to understand what they're responsible for during each transaction, and Incoterms provide an easy way to reduce the potential for legal complications, provided that each party understands their roles and obligations. In short, Incoterms help you and the buyer to minimize or avoid uncertainty and risks.
So the importance of a contract is to ensure that you, as the manufacturer and exporter, is safeguarded against anything that can go wrong.
As well as dealing with the clients, you need to ensure that you are contracted, we are sure of the payment terms, we are sure that they will not say your stock is not in good condition, whereas when it left here, it was in good condition. So the contractual agreements are so important.
The summary of the Incoterms, as well as help and guidance about other aspects of exporting, are provided in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. You can also contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, so that was the last video, and hopefully we will soon have it with Portuguese subtitles, and you can watch it again on the website. Okay, when we started the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit project, we started looking at specific commodities that were exported from different countries. Some of these commodities which are listed here, you've got groundnuts, soya beans, specialized beans, pistachios, olive oil, and handicrafts and accessories. So we've looked at the different processes for exporting to South Africa. When importing in South Africa, there are quite some very strict requirements, especially when it comes to agricultural products, whether it's meat or whether it is plants. So you will need to make sure that you are aware of whether or not you need phytosanitary certificates or vet certificates, or if your importer or the buyer needs to have import permits. These permits can take up to 30 days to process. So we have looked at all the different processes. We've looked at the customs duties that are applicable. And obviously with Mozambique and South Africa being within the SADC region, we do have, we don't need to worry about actual customs duties, but we do need to worry about VAT. And I think one of the concerns that a lot of the exporters have come up with, and the people that I've interviewed and surveyed, was that there were costs that they were not aware of. So they assumed that if you are exempt from customs duties, you do not need to pay VAT or any other cost, because there are excise duties as well. So we looked at what's required for each of these commodities. In some cases, you may have excise duties that are applicable, which we will share with you after the break. And we'll go into detail with all the commodities, because there may be some commodities that may not have been listed for Mozambique, but you may be interested in exporting. At this stage, I would like to invite the participants to share any questions or anything that they would like to share, or if they have any questions, or if there's any comments or things that you'd like to share at this stage before we break for tea. Honorata, I'm not sure if you want to check if there are any questions from the room.
Com certeza, Mary. Algum colega pergunta, alguma questão que gostaria de esclarecer? Dúvidas, comentários? Talvez gostaríamos de saber se ficou tudo claro sobre a questão dos Incoterms. A senhora Mary havia mencionado que às vezes é um bocadinho complexo a compreensão dos Incoterms, mas não sei se ficou claro para todos os colegas essa questão. Mostraram ali também alguns produtos que a USA Trade Hub apoia, empresas moçambicanas e as empresas da região a exportar, mas não estão limitadas. Sim, faz favor.
Obrigado pela oportunidade.
Desculpa só um momento. Consegue me ouvir? Consegue ouvir o colega falar? Só queria confirmar. Mary, consegues ouvir o colega quando ele levantou a sua questão?
I can hear you, Honorata.
Não sei se podia ser.
Muito obrigado mais uma vez pelo convite. Eu só tenho uma pequena questão com relação aos produtos. Além dos produtos mostrados, né, que para a exportação da África do Sul, são necessários a certificação de documentos fitossanitários, né? Para além destes documentos fitossanitários, há alguma certificação mais necessária para os produtos exportados para a África do Sul? Estou a falar daqueles certificados voluntários, né? Para além dos fitossanitários, há aqueles certificados voluntários. É só isso.
Muito obrigada. Mary, did you catch the question?
I'm not sure what the question was.
Maybe I'll clarify it for you. The participant was asking if, besides the normal sort of phytosanitary certificates of the products that we have displayed here on the presentation. Are there any other certificates that are required for exports, to export a certain product into South Africa? So there's those certificates that are not voluntary, like the phytosanitary certificate that you get from the ministry. But then he wanted to know if there are other certificates that are required for these exports.
It would depend on the product itself. So there might be products that's not on the toolkit, but that you can ask me on probably on email, and then I will find out what other documents are needed or if there's anything else that's needed. It is very dependent on the product itself. So we have shared whatever we could on the toolkit. The toolkit will not have every single bit of information, but as much as possible to get your export started to South Africa itself. I hope that's clear enough, Honorada.
Sim, respondeu. Obrigada. Mais alguma outra questão dos colegas? Algum outro esclarecimento?
Eu não sei se...
Por favor, depois para se aproximar.
Mas eu estava... Não sei se a questão é relevante. Estava observando ali no campo de produção de repolho, pois com umas pessoas ali. Eu não... Está entendendo? Aqui assim? Sim. Bom dia. Eu estava a dizer o seguinte, não sei se é relevante, eu estava observando um vídeo, um campo de produção de repolho. Eu não sei se ali estavam a certificar os meios de produção ou o site de produção ou o próprio produto. Agora, não sei se é relevante. O que estava a se certificar? O campo, ou o repolho, ou as condições de produção? Não sei se entenderam a minha questão.
Yes, it would have been the cabbage or the product itself. So what would happen is you would have to register with the Department of Agriculture if it is something like cabbage, and you would have to apply for a phytosanitary certificate. So they may come and inspect the cabbage or whatever other product it is before they actually give you the phytosanitary certificate. So your phytosanitary certificate will just make sure that the product doesn't have any diseases, it doesn't have any insects that shouldn't be there, and it's a good product that you're exporting. So your Department of Agriculture will have to assess that and then give you the phytosanitary certificate. So it's the product itself that would be certified. And obviously they would come and check that it is being produced in Mozambique. So you will need a certificate of origin to show that it is originating in Mozambique, and then you do not have to pay customs duties. But it is the product that they need to certify. I hope that helps.
Obrigado.
A seguinte questão é a seguinte questão que eu gostaria de apresentar, é com relação mais uma vez, bom dia. A seguinte questão para exportar para a África do Sul pode ser em dois modelos, de certeza, né? É através da SADC, do protocolo da SADC, ou através do livre, digamos, livre comércio para a África do Sul, né? Questões privadas. Nesse aspecto, nesse caso específico do comércio fronteiriço, tem alguma influência a questão da SADC, do protocolo da SADC? Ou é por uma venda a privado, né, do exportador para o comprador? Pode ser direto, não através de coisas do protocolo da SADC. Tem alguma influência esses dois aspectos em termos de comércio fronteiriço para a África do Sul?
Before you leave, I just want to confirm, what do you mean by free trade from South Africa? Are you talking about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? Or is there another free trade agreement that you're talking about?
Não, é dentro daquilo que é a região da SADC, não é? Moçambique e África do Sul. Estamos a falar dos países da região. Não é? Por exemplo, Moçambique e África do Sul.
Okay.
Pode ser assim? Okay.
Yeah. So for you to actually have that free trade and to not have to pay customs duties, you will need a certificate of origin, and it's a SADC certificate of origin, which I think you might need to get from your Chamber of Commerce, or you can check with customs. But that's something that you need, or maybe the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. But it's something that you need to get locally, because they will need to come and check whether you are operating in Mozambique and you're producing the goods in Mozambique. Because the SADC agreement is to increase the exports between the SADC countries. So it has to be products that's manufactured or produced in these countries. So to prove that, you'll need a certificate of origin to state that it is from the country. So there's no real private agreement between the buyer and seller. Everything that goes through customs has to go, according to the processes. Okay, so I'm not sure if that helps or.
Yeah.
Parece que já não temos mais questões por enquanto, Mary. Entrego a reunião de volta para si. Obrigada.
Okay, thank you, Honorata. Okay, when we come back from the tea break, we will be looking at the processes for exporting to South Africa. You will see that a lot of these processes can be time consuming. So as I've said before, if you need an import permit from South Africa, or if your buyer needs an import permit, you will need a phytosanitary certificate from your side. So before you even start exporting, you need to think about and understand that you need to register with a lot of organizations, especially if it's agricultural products. You need to understand Incoterms, and this will actually help you avoid delays. Because if you export to South Africa and your buyer doesn't have an import permit, you may get a fine, or the goods will be stopped and they may not release it. So which means it's a lost shipment. So the reason why we actually started working on the regional cross-border toolkit is to make sure that we try and avoid all of these problems. And so we are here to actually train you and make you aware that these are the processes. There are processes that the buyer also needs to follow, and you need to follow, but you need to be aware as much as possible about the processes and also the cost that you will incur. So it may take time to register for getting your phytosanitary certificates. It will take time to register with customs. So you need to do it as early as possible. When you first start thinking about exporting, you need to start all of those registrations, because you cannot have a shipment ready to be moved to the buyer and then find that you need to start all over again and go back to registering. You will lose the buyer and you will lose that income that you could have gotten. So you should have a copy of the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit in front of you. So please go through it and make sure that you understand the processes for exporting. It takes time, it takes a lot of money, because it's not like a domestic shipment where you are selling to someone locally. The processes are a lot easier locally because you know who your buyer is, you can track who your buyer is, and you know whether or not they're legitimate. When it comes to international sales, there's a lot of risk involved, because I may say to you that I want to buy from you and I'm here in Durban, but you don't know who I am. If you do not know if I have a legitimate business, and you do not know whether or not I can afford to purchase these goods. So you need to be very wary when exporting and understand who the buyer is. And I think that's where the USA Trade Hub will come in. They will help you find buyers. So please speak to people like Honorata and Katja and Linnea, because they'll be able to assist you with finding those buyers. But you need to understand your process from your side. You need to understand the quality requirements and the packaging requirements. I think one of the issues that did come up when I interviewed companies in Mozambique, was that there are issues with trying to get the right packaging and the right labeling and barcoding. So those are things that you need to actually look at, and that is something that needs to be sorted out locally. So if Mozambique doesn't have access to barcoding, there are companies that do it in South Africa, but these also come at a cost. So you really need to think about the cost when you're exporting, especially with the packaging and getting it ready for export. So that is why, in the toolkit, we do place some emphasis on the processes you need to follow before you start exporting, because you need to understand the cost and the time it takes. So you may decide today that you want to start exporting, but it will take about a year or a year and a half before you get your, have your first shipment finalized, because it depends on how ready you are with your product and whether the product is of excellent quality and you can have that quality assessed locally, and it meets the requirements of South Africa. So the whole idea behind this is that you understand what's required. When you are back from your tea break, we will start with the processes and the requirements for the specific products. So here we will actually start looking at each product. These are in your Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. You have access to it from page 36 onwards. So every single product that we've looked at, we have looked at the VAT calculation, the total cost of exports, whether or not an import permit is required, and if an inspection is required. And when we are talking about inspections, we're talking about inspections that happen in South Africa. You may have your own export inspections, but it's very important to know what would happen in South Africa, because most of the delays that people have found have been in South Africa, where people did not know that an import permit was required or VAT payments were required and so on. So Honorata, I will hand over back to you, and you can tell them more about the tea break and what time we are coming back.
Certo, Mary, muito obrigada. Vamos agora ter o nosso intervalo de sensivelmente 30 minutos para o café. E sendo assim, voltaremos às 10h28 minutos para continuarmos o programa. Muito obrigada, colegas, e até breve. Mais uma vez, muito bom dia a todos. Bem-vindos de volta. Agora vamos continuar com a formação de hoje. Conforme o programa, a Mary vai continuar a discutir ou a apresentar os processos específicos do país, do produto, solução de métodos de pagamento dos Incoterms, criação de cronograma para o pedido de exportação, e depois vamos resumir as tarefas e as discussões antes do almoço. Então, neste momento, Mary, gostaria de passar a palavra para si, e obrigada mais uma vez.
Thank you, Honorata, and I hope you all have enjoyed your tea and coffee break. We will be going straight into the processes for the commodities. I will stop my video and I will share my presentation. Please remember, we will be having a Q&A session towards the end of this. And a discussion. So if there's any questions that you have in the meantime, please write them down and keep them for later. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, we looked at a lot of products that were exported from the regional countries into South Africa. We looked at products that different countries wanted to export and what the requirements were. And within the SADC region, you are exempt from customs duties, which is very, very beneficial for those who want to export and import within the region. And it obviously would reduce your cost quite considerably, because sometimes you may have to pay 20% of your FOB value or 30%, depending on what the cargo is. And these add on a lot of costs and make your product very expensive. So the point of exempting customs duties is to ensure that the costs are reduced and it makes you more competitive in the market itself. So the first product we looked at was groundnuts, and we looked at the calculations of the VAT. So you are exempt from customs duties, but you may have to pay VAT. On your side, you may be able to claim it back because it's an export. On the South African side, we cannot claim it back because it's an import, but the calculation is 15% here. And this is 15% of the FOB value plus any duties that may be applicable, and the excise. Remember, excise duty is mainly for luxury goods. So things like cosmetics may incur excise duties. So it's a separate duty from your normal customs duties. So when you're bringing something in to South Africa, or if I'm bringing in something to South Africa, I may need to pay VAT, I may need to pay customs duties depending on where the origin is, and I may need to pay excise duty. So these are all added costs, part of the taxes for importing, and we need to be aware of it. And then you may also need to consider fuel tax, which is a local charge, and another 10% of the FOB value. So this is the way VAT is calculated. So it is a cost that you need to consider and think about when exporting and when the other person is importing, because it depends also on your Incoterm, on the cost that you are incurring. So you may need to be careful on what exactly you are agreeing to when it comes to the Incoterms. And the Incoterms, we will go into full details a little later, but it's just that, you know, you need to understand it for calculations of the VAT and for your total cost calculation. So here in the second column, we show you how to actually calculate the total landed costs. So you start off with your X works costs. And when we are talking about X works costs, X works is one of the Incoterms, which I will explain a little later. But to understand X works, we need to understand the production side. So your X works cost is getting the product ready, your manufacturing costs, all your overhead costs like your rents, your labor, so everything to produce that product and have it packaged, have it certified, everything that entails getting it ready for export is part of your X works cost. So this is you as the manufacturer, as the producer, whether it's cabbage or cashew nuts, you make sure that you are, you know, working with your suppliers, you are packaging it accordingly, you are getting your phytosanitary certificates. So right up until it is packaged and ready for loading onto a truck, you will have to include all of those costs in your X-Works costs. So this, you need to make sure that you're considering everything when you are pricing and when you're quoting to your client. The other cost that's included in your total landed cost is your origin charges. So this may include your transport, you know, rail, road transport. It may include your clearing and forwarding cost, your documentation cost, even to get a bill of lading from a shipping line, that costs you quite a bit of money. So all of these things add on. You also need to consider your insurance costs. So you will need cargo insurance depending on the Incoterm, and the insurance is dependent on how much of risk you have and what Incoterm you have, where delivery takes place and where risk passes. So we will go into this in a lot more detail when we are looking at the Incoterms. So please keep it in mind that, you know, insurance is one of the big costs that you need to look at, and you need to make sure that your cargo is insured, because anything can happen on the way. You know, there could be strikes where your cargo is damaged, a truck could have an accident, ships do sink quite often recently. So these are things you need to think about and be aware of the costs, because you may also need to include it in your quote that you're sending to the client. You also need to look at your freight. So this would be your international freight. So it could be air freight, or it could be sea freight, or even your road haul, depending on what route you're looking at exporting to South Africa. As our colleague mentioned earlier from CTA, that there are 3 ports in Mozambique, so you could use any of those ports and export to South Africa. So your sea freight is quite costly as well. So these are things that you need to add on to your quote, and then your duties and taxes. So we're going back to your VAT or excise duties where applicable. And remember, to be exempt from customs duties, you need a certificate of origin. You normally are issued with a SADC certificate of origin, but you need to apply locally to make sure that your goods don't incur any customs duties where it shouldn't actually. Okay. And looking at the import requirements and import permits, groundnuts, we do need an import permit if we're importing it into South Africa. So what happens is the buyer needs to contact our Department of Agriculture, and we need to fill out a form with all the details of the cargo that we're looking at importing. So if I'm importing 25 tons of groundnuts in a container, I need to state that. I need to state who the exporter is and who, the manufacturer that I'm dealing with, or the seller. So I need to put in your details in the import permit form. I need to put in my details. I need to put in the amount of cargo I'm importing and over what period. Normally, an import permit is issued for a year. So we pay in South Africa 200 rands for an import permit. I think it may have gone up a little recently, but that is amount. So we will submit a form with all the details, and we will make sure that we are paid and then follow up with the Department of Agriculture. So on the form itself, there are details. So we have, I have shared the form with some of our exporters in different countries. If you do need the form, that if you're dealing with a new buyer and they don't know the process, you can always pass on the form to them and just contact me or the local USA Trade Hub country representative, and they'll be able to put you in touch with me or be able to pass on that information to you. So you will need to make sure that you are getting your phytosanitary certificates ready for exporting. Once it comes into South Africa, there may be an inspection required for groundnuts, and this is usually done by the Department of Agriculture. But remember, when different cargoes are inspected, one organization may say they want to inspect, and then customs may also decide they want to inspect. So you may have more than one organization inspecting. You have to submit all your documents to these organizations to show that you have legitimately, you've got an import permit. And that's why it's important as an exporter, you need to make sure that all your documents are in order. So when you're providing a commercial invoice, a packing list, the transport documents, everything has to be in order. So you're providing it to me if I'm the importer. So you send it to me and I will have to use those same documents if I have an inspection to get the cargo released. So along with my own import permit that I have arranged. So there's a lot of documents involved, but the main way to reduce inspections, to reduce delays, is to make sure you have all the documents done correctly right at the beginning. Okay, moving on to macadamia nuts. Your calculation of the VAT and your total landed cost, that will always be the same. Your license, you will need an import permit, or the buyer will need an import permit for macadamia nuts, which means you will need a phytosanitary certificate. Remember, with agricultural products, you generally do need a phytosanitary certificate. This is just to make sure that there are no foreign insects, or there's no damage to, or that the plants itself do not have any diseases that we may not be aware of. So it's very important that when we are importing into South Africa, we do not want to import agricultural products. They may be harmful to whoever is consuming it. So that is why we require phytosanitary certificates from you. And that is why we need to make our Department of Agriculture aware that we are importing from a certain country, and this is the product we're importing from that country. Ultimately, it's about safeguarding our health and safety. So there's a lot of rules that may delay your shipments, but most of these rules are about health and safety. It's about keeping people and animals safe. Then we move on to cashew nuts, which may not need an import permit, but these do, the rules do change with the Department of Agriculture. So when you are dealing with the buyer, please make sure that they are aware that they need to check as well. Okay. Then we have soya beans and soya products. An import permit is required. Also remember, there's certain products like soya where you need to have it assessed for the quality. Sometimes buyers may look for a specific amount of protein that's available in it, a percentage of protein. So please be always communicating with your buyer. That way you can find out exactly what they require, the certifications that they require, because they may need certifications that our Department of Agriculture may not require, but your buyer may require. So if you're dealing with some of the retail companies in South Africa who are quite strict, you need to be aware that their requirements may be different from the packaging to the ingredients of your products and so on. Okay, moving on to honey. Honey is quite a hard product to import. I've seen a lot of imports of honey, but I'm not sure how legitimate they are in South Africa, because when you're exporting honey to South Africa, it has to be irradiated honey. There's specific packaging that's required. And all of this information is on the cross-border trade toolkit and the fact sheets. So you'll find a fact sheet on honey if you are exporting honey, on the actual packaging, on what the requirements are for honey. We are very strict on honey in South Africa. So the importer does need an import permit for this. You will need your phytosanitary certificates and all your other relevant documents. And the labeling on the honey as well is quite important. There is specific labeling that's required on the honey. So please make sure if you are exporting honey that you are aware of what the requirements are. Okay, moving on to sugar beans. We do have specific requirements. We need import permits. They may be stopped for inspections. And we do have a fact sheet on beans as well, because beans, you need to look at the different qualities. There's different types of beans. It could be canned beans, it could be dried beans. And you need to look at what type of quality you're offering the buyer and at what price. So there is a fact sheet on the cross-border trade toolkit on different types of beans and what our requirements are in South Africa for it. Fish, here you need an import permit from the Department of Trade and Industry. It's quite hard to get that, and we are quite strict on that. So also look at, when you are looking at different products, things like fish need to be frozen, okay? So when it comes to products that can get stale quickly, that are high risk, you need to make sure that when you are exporting it, you are exporting it in refrigerated containers or refrigerated trucks and at the right temperature. So really be sure about how you are packaging it, because you do not want it to come to South Africa and it's unusable. So whether it's agricultural products or if it's fish or meat, you need to be careful with the temperatures, because each product would have a different temperature. You need to be aware of all the packaging that's involved, and make sure that whoever is doing your transport is aware of it. So even if it's going by sea, you need to have it in a refrigerated container and at the right temperature. So normally the shipping lines are able to check the reefer containers, they check the temperatures, and they're usually quite careful with it, because you do not want cargo damaged. But as I've said earlier, make sure you do have insurance, and it depends on the Incoterm, but as much as possible, you will need to make sure you have insurance up until risk passes. Meat and meat products as well, you need an import permit. This will be the Department of Animal Health. So similar to how a buyer would request an import permit from the Department of Agriculture for plant health, they will need to do the same for animal health, right? So it's them filling out a form. So if I'm importing from you, I'd fill out the form, I'd submit it, pay the fees, and request an import license. Now, we are very, very strict with importing meat in South Africa. There are specific abattoirs in different countries that we've approved. We may decide that we do not want to import certain products, and it's a bit harder to get an import permit for meat products. So please bear that in mind. Even if it's processed products, our Department of Agriculture really needs to know where is this meat sourced from. So if you've decided to import meat from Brazil and then process it and then export it to South Africa, you may not get an import permit. So it depends on where you're importing it from, the quality and so on. And also our Department of Agriculture will be talking to your Department of Agriculture. They need to make sure that if you are getting a vet certificate on your side, that it is a legitimate one, and they do talk to each other. So please bear that in mind when you're looking at different products as well. Okay. Then we have textiles and apparel. So now you don't need import permits for textile and apparel, but one of the concerns with textile and apparel is your quota, your tariff quota, which means that there is a specific amount of cargo that we will accept from certain countries. So this will be dependent on the HS code that's used. So for every single commodity, there is a specific HS code that's used for customs. So if it is women's dresses made of cotton, we may accept, let's just say 10,000 tons. If it's men's pants, we may accept 15,000 tons. But these change depending on the country that we are importing from, as well as the HS code. So be wary of that. It depends on how much of cargo you are exporting to South Africa or textiles you're exporting. If you have a lot of competitors exporting the same thing from your country to South Africa, remember at some point, if you go over the tariff quota, you will have to pay normal duties. So you will not be exempt from duties. And also remember that these products need to be manufactured in your country and not imported and then re-exported to South Africa. Then we have salt, which needs an import permit, and you may have inspections here in South Africa. Olive oil, you do need an import permit from the Department of Agriculture, and an inspection will be required when it comes into South Africa. Okay, so usually agricultural products and even some of their processed products do need import permits and may need inspections. Sauces, you may not need an import permit, but it's best to check and to get your buyer to check with our Department of Agriculture because they may be inspected. Dates, you may not need an import permit, but there might be an inspection. Raisins, yeah, there might be an inspection, but you don't need an import permit. Table grapes, here you might not need an import permit. There might be an inspection. I've added on the 8% of FOB for if it's exported. Now, normally I put this in here just as an example, really, because grapes is one of the products that we're looking at for Namibia. But under SADC, you are customs exempt, right? But under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, you're not fully exempt, so you may have to pay 8% customs duties. So please remember, when you are exporting under the SADC agreement. If you're using the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, you need to make sure that there has been an agreement for your specific HS code. And there is an agreement that it is customs exempt. Until then, use your SADC when exporting to South Africa. Tea, you normally need an import permit and an inspection may be required for tea. Moving on to bananas, an import permit is required and you may have inspection. So just like all other agricultural products, you do need your import permits, right? So you really need to be speaking to your importer or your buyer and make sure that they do have the import permit before you ship anything to them. Because if they don't have an import license or an import permit, they will have the shipment stopped. And depending on the Incoterm, you may be involved in dealing with the delays and so on. So please be very careful about how you're exporting and what you're exporting. And make sure that your buyer also knows what they need. Then we've got specialized beans, which will also need import permits, but not in all cases. So you have to check with the Department of Agriculture here in South Africa, because we do have some exemptions on certain products. Okay, and in some cases you may need import permits. So please just check the fact sheet on the beans and take it from there, but always be in communication with your buyer to make sure that they are following the process here as well, so there's no delays. Coffee, we need import permits in South Africa. There may be inspections, and we do have exceptions that we do not allow, and or prohibitions, and it's usually anything that has been colored or with any other sort of flavors or anything that has changed the coffee in any way. So if there's been any changes, then we will be prohibiting that import of coffee. Sesame seeds, an inspection may be required, an import permit may not be required. Moving on to pistachios, an import permit is required and an inspection may be required for pistachios. Bottled water, we do need an import permit for that, and inspections are, you should expect inspections for that. Moringa, not only do you need an import permit, you may need a site certificate. So sites is making sure that we do not export any fauna or flora that's endangered. So any endangered species should not be exported or imported to different countries. So it will depend on the product itself, and you need to check the local site's requirements for the product. So sites does have its own website, and they do have a list of products that's endangered that you cannot export or import. Medicinal plants as well, you need your import permit, and here again you may need a site certificate. So if it is an endangered product, or you need to check locally if you are allowed to export it, and if you are, then you will need to provide a site certificate. If it's not on the sites list, then you don't really need to worry about it. But medicinal plants can cover almost anything. So you really need to just check each one accordingly. So in the meantime, over the next month or so, I am still available. So if there's any products that you want to export and that you are uncertain about, even if it's not on this list, please contact me or contact me via Katja or Honorata, and I'll be able to assist you with any requirements that you need to be aware of, right? Handicrafts and accessories. You don't have any import license requirements or any tariff quotas, but you need to be aware of if it is things made with animal skins or leather, you might need an import permit. Cosmetics, here you will might need a site certificate depending on the ingredients. And you have your 7% on the right-hand side, you'll see your excise duties. Now, a lot of cosmetics may be seen as luxury items. Some of them are, basic items like soap, but you may have like creams and so on that may be deemed as luxury items. So you will have to pay that 7% excise. So then you'll have to pay the 15% of that and 7% of excise duties as well. So please be aware of that. Even though you are customs exempt, there are certain duties that you cannot get away from. And PPE, which is your protective equipment, and these can also be textiles. So there is a tariff quota that may be applicable. So if you're looking at things like your masks and so on, then yes, there might be a tariff quota applicable for it. Okay, so these are all the products that we've looked at for exporting to South Africa. Please remember that the rules do change. So you always need to check and make sure that your buyer is aware of the processes and they know what they're doing as well. So then you do not have any delays or any fines that you haven't prepared for. These fines can be quite costly, and then it can eat into the profit, because ultimately you are selling products to make money, to create jobs, and to keep your business going. And you need to make sure that you are reducing as much of your costs as possible. And to do that, you need to be aware of what the processes are, so you don't end up, doing the wrong documentation. And then you have storage charges because your cargo has been stopped, and sometimes it's stopped for 2 or 3 weeks until you sort out your documentation. So please be aware of all the processes so you can reduce those delays, you can reduce the cost, and you can make more money from whatever you are exporting. And also, with these delays, you end up losing buyers. So to keep that relationship going, there has to be a lot of communication, and everyone needs to know what they need to do. Okay, we'll now move on to the methods of payment and Incoterms. So when you have quoted your buyer, you both decide on the different, you have to get paid, obviously. So you've given them a quote and you want your payment as early as possible because, that is your cash flow. So you will decide between yourselves, you, the seller, me, the buyer. We decide, okay, what method of payment works for both of us. And then we will take it from there and work on those payments. Remember, this is just between the two of us. You are selling me a product and I need to pay for it. If you need funding to get that product made, that has nothing to do with me, and that's not covered here on the toolkit. Okay. This is just whatever happens between the buyer and the seller. That is pretty much what the toolkit is saying. Covers. So if there's credit insurance, or if there's any funding that you need to apply for, investments that you need to get, or anything of that sort, it is not covered here. But it is something that the USA Trade Up can advise you on. So you can contact them on that, right? But it isn't covered here. So when we're looking at the methods of payment, we are just looking at you selling me a product and me paying for it, and how I'm going to pay for it. And then we will look at the different Incoterms that we have, right? So your first method of payment is your cash in advance. So here you the seller, you'll send me a quote, and I will tell you whether or not I'm happy with it, and you'll tell me where delivery takes place and so on. And I will have to pay on your pro forma invoice or commercial invoice, whichever we've decided on. So this is before you even send the goods to me. So I'm paying in advance. Now, please remember, it is risky for me as a buyer to pay in advance, but this has become more and more acceptable globally. Because remember, if you go and order something, let's just say you go on some e-commerce website, you are paying in advance, you're waiting for that delivery, but you've already paid in most cases. Even if you are sourcing goods from other countries or sourcing raw materials, you generally have to pay in advance because, as a seller, you may not know who the buyer is and you may not know how legitimate they are, and you need to be very careful. So a lot of companies will only send you something once paid. Now, as a buyer, that's a lot of risk for me because I'm giving you my money, especially if it's a big order. I'm giving you the money in advance and you could delay the shipment. You could take however much time you want to send it to me. And because you are in another country, and remember, as we've been dealing with today, there is a language barrier, okay? So I may not be able to communicate with you clearly, and the same goes for you. You won't be able to communicate with me. So when you're looking at the different methods of payment, you have to be very careful and look at the risk involved with it. So for me as a buyer, the risk is very high to make payment in advance, and I may not want to do it. But what you could do is negotiate a deposit payment where, the buyer may pay 50% when they place the order and the other 50% when it's shipped or when it's delivered. So that is something you can still negotiate, right? But remember, we are in two different countries. Our legal systems are very different. Our languages are very different. If anything goes wrong, it's very, very hard for us to actually remedy or to sort out, right? So as much as I would say as a seller, please go for cash in advance as a payment method. Not all buyers may want to do this. Okay. Now, the next payment method is the letter of credit. Now, the letter of credit is known as the most secure payment method, and it's also one of the more costly payment methods because here you have the banks involved. Now I come to you and I ask you for a quote, which you provide, and I'm happy with the quote, and we decide that we are going to get paid. I'm going to pay you based on a letter of credit. So we will agree that we will need to set up the documentation with the banks. You will give me your bank details, your details, and I will go to my bank here in South Africa. So if I am banking with Standard Bank in South Africa, right? I will go to my branch and I will speak to them and I will say, I'm expecting an order from Mozambique. And the order is for $20,000 and it's cashew nuts, right? And then I will give them all the details, the quote that you've sent me, the pro forma invoice, or whatever other document you've sent to me. And we will start drawing up the letter of credit. So in this time, Standard Bank here in South Africa will contact your bank in Mozambique. So you're in Beira and they will contact your bank and they will confirm whether you are an existing business and you are indeed a client of theirs. Once all of that is sorted out, we start drawing up the letter of credit. So if I'm buying from you for $20,000, Standard Bank will make sure that I have the money, right? So I will have to put the money aside and literally just pay to Standard Bank. So this is before you've even gotten the product ready. So they will keep the money aside in a holding account, which I will not have access to, because they know now they've made an undertaking to pay you once you have sent them the documents, right? So a letter of credit is all about the documentation. So once you've shipped you will submit the commercial invoice, the packing list, the transport bill of lading, and any other certifications that's required. Because here with a letter of credit, the banks don't come and check whether you've actually shipped the goods. They don't come and check what's in the container. If you use sea freight, they don't come and check what's in the truck. All they know is that they will read what's on the documentation that you've provided. So you will take the documentation once you've shipped the goods and once you've gotten it ready, you'll take the documentation to the bank. You'll have all your original documents and everything has to be perfect with the letter of credit. So whatever you've written on the letter of credit that you are sending me 25 tons of cashew nuts, right? Packed in 10 kg bags or 50 kg bags. Everything that we've stated on the letter of credit has also to be stated in your packing list, your commercial invoice, and your bill of lading. Please remember, you cannot have an incorrect bill of lading with a letter of credit. You cannot have any incorrect documentation because the bank's duty, according to the UCP 600, which is, the governing document for them to, when they're looking, their regulations, when they're dealing with letters of credit. So there is a process that they need to follow. And that process is about checking the documents that you submit. And remember, you will only get payment once all those documents are correct. So you need to remember when you're dealing with a letter of credit, make sure all your documentation is correct. There are no errors, no spelling errors. So even if you make a spelling error with the word carton, so instead of C-A-R-T-O-N, you spell it C-A-R-T-E-N. The bank will reject your documents. They don't care about any sad stories or anything that, that it means the same thing. They will make sure that whatever is stated on the LC has to be correct, right? So it has to be according to what you stated on the LC. They will not allow any spelling errors. If you've said that you are loading the shipment on Monday, 14th February, and that is the date it's getting shipped on the ship, right? Your bill of lading has to be shipped on board on the 14th of February. If it is not, and let's just say there was a delay with the ship, and instead of the 14th, the ship only leaves on the 16th of February, the bank will not pay out your money. So make sure whatever you do, you are delivering on time. It's on the vessel on time. The documentation, if you said it's going to be shipped by the 14th, it needs to be shipped by the 14th. And always be wary because shipping lines do change their days, their schedules. They change it all the time now. There's been a lot of delays, a lot of hiccups with shipping. So obviously these are added costs for your letter of credit because you may need to go and change your letter of credit and then pay the bank more to change it. So the reason why I'm harping on the letter of credit is because they are so strict, but it is the least risky payment method because once you've submitted the documents and it is correct, your bank will be happy to send it to my bank, to Standard Bank. Standard Bank will check it and then they will release the payment to your bank, who will release the payment to you. So it's an easier way of getting the payment. You don't have to deal directly with me with the payment. You just have to make sure that you ship the goods and you provide the correct documents, right? And if anything goes wrong, you can always go in and change the LC, but that would be between you and myself as the buyer. We will have to make sure that we make sure everything is correct, right? And then obviously you will need to get your payment. Okay, moving on to the documentary credit. This is similar to an LC, but here the bank doesn't take that undertaking or the risk of the payment and the risk of checking the documents thoroughly. So they may make the payments, they may check the documents or just receive the documents on my behalf, when you submit it. But it's not like the LC where they have undertaken to do certain things and they have rules that they're governed by. Okay? The last payment method is your open account. Now, the open account is where you send me the goods and I pay when I get your invoice or whatever date we've decided on. Now, this means you have sent the goods before you've gotten any sort of payment, okay? So the risk is on your side. So you've just sent the goods and I will pay when I get it or when I get the documentation. There's no guarantee that I'm going to pay because remember, you still don't know me as a buyer. You don't know whether I'm a legitimate buyer or anything of that sort. So my advice is not to use an open account, especially if you're new to export. Open accounts are great for companies within the same group. So if I've got SA breweries here in South Africa and SA breweries in Mozambique, and Mozambique sends me some cargo, yes, we can have an open account because we are part of the same company. But you as an exporter and me as an importer, we don't know each other. There is no trust established, and trust takes time. After a few shipments, then yes, we may actually get to the point where we can do this. But right at the beginning, you don't know me. You don't want to send $20,000 of goods to me without any sort of payment in advance, because you don't know if you will ever get paid. So remember, these things can put a company out of business. So your payment method is very, very important. You need to be very careful what you choose. And sometimes it's better to walk away from an order if you're not sure about a buyer, because you do not want to be put into a position where your business has to close down because a buyer hasn't paid and you don't have export credit risk insurance. You haven't insured the goods, or there's a whole lot of other problems. So you need to be able to afford and be able to cover the costs of exporting. So when you start getting that export quote request, from the time you get the request to the time you actually send the goods and get payment, it sometimes can be a few months. So be very careful about what you are accepting as a payment method. Always try to get a deposit if possible, but your best bet is the letter of credit. It may be costly, but as we've dealt with in other countries that I've done the workshop in, and we've had exporters give their take on it. And they've even said the letter of credit has helped them because they were guaranteed the payment. In some cases, their payments were slowed down because the documents were not correct, but ultimately they knew they will get their payment. So please, as exporters, you need to be very, very wary of what you accept for the payment methods. Okay, moving on to Incoterms. Now, I've touched on Incoterms earlier, and these are international commercial terms. They were established by the International Chamber of Commerce. And basically, when you are dealing with your contract between yourself and the buyer, you're going back and forth and you are discussing where the delivery takes place. So here I am in Durban, right? And you are in Beira. So you could decide you want to truck the goods to me. And I want it delivered at a warehouse here in Durban. Okay. You may or may not know much about Durban. Your transporter may or may not know much about Durban. And, the risk might be a lot for you to take on for your first shipment, right? Or you could decide that you are shipping it on a ship itself, and it's going on to a vessel in Beira, and it's coming to Durban to me. So we need to know, when does the risk pass? How far along do you need to have insurance till? When do I need to start getting my insurance? Who's responsible for booking with the shipping line? Who's responsible for the documentation? Who's responsible for the transport at origin from your warehouse to the port? Who's responsible for the port costs? Who's responsible for the port costs in Durban? And the transport from the port to the warehouse, the clearing and folding for exports, the clearing and folding for import, the customs duties, and so on. So we could go on for days discussing this, right? But instead of that, we have Incoterms, which are there to make it easier. Instead of discussing it for days, we decide on a point where we are transferring risk and cost and so on. And we use one of the Incoterms acronyms, right? But before we do that, we need to understand as businesses, how much of experience do you have with international shipping? Do you have experience dealing with transporters and clearing and forwarding agents? Do you understand the risk associated with an Incoterm? Do you understand how much of financial responsibilities you'll have? Because remember, if you decide to deliver in Durban and it's coming via sea, you also need to be paying the freight to the shipping line in advance and shipping costs and all the transport costs until it gets to Durban. And this can go into thousands of dollars, especially with shipping now and the freight rates that have gone really, really high. So you really need to sit and think about what Incoterm works for you. So now we will go through all the different Incoterms. In the Regional Cross-Border Toolkit, we have gone through the 2010 Incoterms and the 2020 Incoterms. 2020 Incoterms are still quite new and not a lot of people understand it. There has been some changes from 2010 to 2020. Also, you can use these Incoterms for domestic shipments. So if you have a buyer in Mozambique, you can still use the Incoterms for that as well. And the Incoterms do change, but we have tried to simplify it as much as possible. And I think it's from page 31 onwards, on your Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, you'll be able to have a look at the Incoterms, right? So we've gone to the Incoterms books for both 2020 and 2010. We've taken out the most important information because this is what would make it easiest for you as a seller and easiest for me as a buyer to understand. Okay, so we've tried to simplify it as much as possible, because ultimately we don't expect you to be academics, we don't expect you to be logistics specialists. You just need to know that if your buyer says, I want to use free carrier or FCA, you must understand what your responsibilities are as an exporter. Okay, so for 2020 and for this workshop, we are only going through the 2020 Incoterms, but the 2010 Incoterms are in the toolkit itself that you can go through. So here we've made it as easy as possible for you to use. 2020, you've got 11 Incoterms in total, 7 of which are for any mode of transport, and 4 is for sea freight only. So the any mode of transport, you are looking at rail, you're looking at truck, air freight, and sea freight. So you can use it for any mode of transport. And then you've got your free, your 4 Incoterms, that's only for sea freight, right? So we'll start with the first Incoterm, which is Ex Works, right? So on the first column, you've got the year that we're using. Then the second column is the acronym. And then you've got the full name, right? And then we've got the column with whether or not it's for any mode of transport or if it's for sea transport only. And we've got in the next column, how you write it out in the document. So when you have Ex Works on a letter of credit, you write EXW, and your warehouse address. Because if I'm coming to pick up the goods from your warehouse, your risk passes there. Okay, so we will need your specific warehouse address and a date for picking up or delivery, right? So remember, for Ex Works, all you need to do as a seller, you need to make sure that you've gotten the goods ready and you've packaged it. Everything's ready, packaged. It's in some corner in your warehouse or some space in your warehouse where I can just come and load it onto a truck. Okay, you are not necessarily responsible for loading onto the truck, okay, unless we agree that you would do it. Okay, so the delivery in the next column takes place at your warehouse, or when it is at my disposal. So when it's at the buyer's disposal, you are responsible as a seller for getting all the documentation ready. So your phytosanitary certificates, your commercial invoices, all of that, and making sure that the goods are produced, it's packaged and ready to be transported. That's your responsibility under Ex Works. And then obviously all the documentation, whatever certificate of origin is needed, all of that, right? And then the risk passes at your premises. So when it is at my disposal, when it's at the buyer's disposal, that is when risk passes. The risk will pass at your warehouse or at a warehouse that you've designated as a pickup point, and you will have the goods ready and packaged. All I will have to do is bring in some forklifts and put it onto a truck, right? So that is Ex Works. For free carrier, I will actually be responsible for arranging the transport from origin. And I will tell you, okay, I've got a clearing and forwarding agent in Beira. Please deliver the goods to the clearing agent, right? So free carrier is when you've gotten it to the first carrier, which could be a clearing and forwarding agent or a shipping line if they're doing the inland transport for me. So I would say, okay, there is DHL in Beira, please drop it off at their warehouse. Once you've delivered it to their warehouse, then the risk passes to me. So right up until it comes to the warehouse, DHL's warehouse in Beira, then, and I'm just using that as an example, so I don't even know if they have a warehouse in Beira. But, and because everyone knows DHL, I've been using them as an example. So you've delivered to their warehouse. Once you've delivered to the warehouse, the risk passes to me, right? So up until that point, you need to make sure you've got insurance and so on, right? So your delivery takes place to the first carrier or to the warehouse, unless I've asked them to pick up from you, then once they've got the goods, it's my risk, right? You are responsible for getting all the documents ready and making sure that the goods are packaged and so on and ready for export. And you may not necessarily be involved with the export clearance. Okay, so remember, at all times, the seller has to get the documentation ready. The seller is responsible for every single bit of export documentation. So your certificate of origin, your phytosanitary certificate, your commercial invoice, your packing list, you generally need to get it ready. In the case of free carrier, if I've arranged the transport, then I will get the original bill of lading or the transport waiver. The risk passes when you've delivered to the first carrier, okay? So when we are deciding on the Incoterm and we are busy emailing each other and so on, if you are not happy with an Incoterm, always just go into the toolkit and check if you're happy with it or not, and you can always say you are not happy with it, and please do, let's work on another Incoterm, right? The next Incoterm is carriage paid to. Okay, so here you will be responsible for the cost of getting the goods to destination. Okay, the risk will be mine from the time it's loaded on board a vessel or at the post carrier. The risk becomes mine. You'll have to make sure that you're doing the export clearance and you're making sure that you get all the export documents ready. Carriage insurance paid to. The next one, here again, you are getting it to destination. This becomes a little more complicated because the risk passes at origin. So if we are using a vessel or a ship, once it's on board the ship, it becomes my risk, but you will help by paying for the insurance in advance. So you will have the insurance paid for on my behalf, but you don't have the risk. So if that ship sinks, I better hope that you have bought enough insurance to cover the goods. If not, or if that truck has an accident and the cargo is damaged, the risk is mine. So this is a little more complicated, and it's similar to CIF, which is used for sea. So as a seller, you need to know that here and with CPT, carriage paid to, you are paying for the freight on behalf of me. So you need to include that in your quote. You are paying for the insurance under CIP. So you'll also have to include that in your quote. You're doing the export clearance. So all of those charges that you are adding on for yourself needs to go onto the product itself. So that is why it's important to understand Incoterms, and it's important to understand what your responsibilities are, because the more responsibility you have, the more cost you have. So with Xworks, all you have to do is get the product ready. You don't have to worry about transport. You don't have to worry about loading the cargo onto a truck. And with FCA, your responsibility is increased a lot more, right? Because now you're transporting it to the warehouse at origin, but it's not that much more, so it's fine. CPT and CIP, you're giving yourself a lot more responsibilities. So as your responsibilities increase, so does your cost. And that is why it's important to understand the Incoterms. DAP, you're looking at delivered at place. And this is a delivered at place at destination, okay? But you are not involved with the clearance at destination, the import clearance. You need to do your export clearance. I need to do the import clearance, okay? But you will, as normal, get the export documents ready and so on. Delivered at place unloaded. Here, again, you're delivering at destination. So remember, if you're using sea or truck or whatever it is, you need to get the goods to Durban or wherever I am. And here you need to make sure that whoever is doing the delivery does have the equipment to unload the truck. The last one is DDP under any mode of transport. So this is the most responsibility a seller will have. So here you are delivering to me at my warehouse and you've done the import clearance. So you've taken on the added costs of the import clearance. So if there's any delays by customs, you are responsible for it. If the cargo is stopped in any way, you are responsible for it. So I don't really have to do anything. So this is the least risk for me, which I would love to use as a buyer. But it's a lot of risk for you as a seller because you may not understand the import processes in South Africa unless you've got a really good clearing and forwarding agent, right? But it's not an Incoterm I would advise sellers to use unless they have a very good relationship with the buyers and they know the processes fully and they're used to it and they can handle the cost. Remember, if customs has some sort of fine for the goods as a seller, and you may not be able to recoup that from the buyer. Okay, so these are the Incoterms for any mode of transport. Then we move on to the Incoterms for sea transport. So the first,
Mary, may I?
Yes.
Please ask a question. Poderia falar bocadinho mais devagar nestas questões do Incoterms, para que seja mais fácil o tradutor traduzir para português. As explicações são bocadinho técnicas, então, se puder falar mais bocadinho devagar, acho que vai ajudar. Obrigada.
Okay, my apologies. Okay. So here, this is sea transport. The Incoterms for sea transport, and the first Incoterm is FAS, which is free alongside ship. Okay. So the sea transport is only for goods that are being shipped by sea or river, as long as it's going onto some sort of vessel or ship, right? So free alongside ship, the first Incoterm for sea. Here, your delivery happens at the port. So you will take the goods into Beira port and it will be ready for loading, right? And I will tell you as a buyer, I will tell you which ship it needs to go on, but you will have to make sure that it gets to the port on time for it to get onto that ship, right? And here again, you will need to get the goods ready, transported to the port, and you'll need to have all the, you need to do the export clearance and all the other documents that you always need to get as an exporter. The risk passes, the risk, the cost and all responsibility of your stocks when it gets into the port and ready for loading. Okay. So it's a little less complicated than the others and it's easier to handle for sea because all you have to do is make sure as the exporter that you get the goods into the port, and I will tell you when it needs to be at the port and for which ship. FOB, which is free on board, and that's the second one for sea. So free on board means the cargo needs to be loaded on board the ship. So your responsibility as the seller is to get the goods to the port and onto the ship. When it gets onto the ship, then your responsibility stops. So up until then, you need to pay the costs. You need to be responsible for the transportation, and you need to have your insurance up until it gets onto that ship. My responsibility is to book the ship and make sure that I've given you the details for which ship it's going on and when. And from point when it gets onto that vessel or onto the ship, I need to have insurance and I need to pay the cost, and I will do import clearance, right? So as usual, you will get your export documents ready for me and send it to me. And you'll need to also send me the bill of lading or transport waiver. The third Incoterm under C is CFR, which is cost and freight. Here you will get the goods on board the vessel and you will pay for the freight, right, and get it to destination. Once it gets to the destination port, When it comes to Durban, it is my responsibility. Okay, the risk is mine from the time it gets onto the vessel, which means as soon as it gets onto the ship, I have to make sure that I'm paying for the insurance as well, right? But you are paying for the freight. So this is a little more complicated than FOB. And you just need to be aware of what the responsibilities are here. CIF, which is the last one, that's cost, insurance, and freight. This is where you are responsible for getting it to destination, to Durban. So as a seller, you will move the cargo to the port, you'll book the cargo onto a ship, and make sure that it comes to Durban to me. Your responsibility ends when it comes to Durban. You'll pay for the freight, but the insurance to CIP earlier, the insurance you will buy on my behalf, but the risk is mine. Once it gets on board the vessel, if anything happens to the goods, if the vessel sinks or the container falls off the vessel, these things do happen. If anything happens, or if there's an accident where the goods are damaged, the risk is mine. So whatever insurance you have bought, I may need to top it up because it might not be enough if there is any accidents. Okay. So those are the 4 Incoterms for sea transport. So going back to the beginning, we've got 11 Incoterms for 2020. 7 are for any transport. You can use it locally within or for domestic shipments, but you need to understand as a seller what you are responsible for. So always remember, as a seller, you're responsible for all the documentation, and you need to check the Incoterm that you're using so you know if you need to arrange transport and if you have to have the funds for exporting and the funds for the transport or the funds for the freight going onto the ship and so on. Okay, so that is the end of the Incoterms part. They are in this format explained in this way in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. So please refer to it and use it. And if somebody comes to you for help, please provide it. And this is a free to use document. So please send it to other people, exporters that you know who are struggling with Incoterms. It's not always easy to understand. So please share this information, whether it's sharing in hard copies or in soft copies. It is on the SATI Hub website, and it is easy to use. So please help others learn how to use it so they can also benefit from it and they can make the right decisions when exporting, especially when it comes to Incoterms, because it affects how much of money you are spending and how much of responsibility you have as an exporter. Okay, we will now be moving on to creating a timeline for your export order. Okay, so your export process includes quite a few different things that you need to consider. The first is your export quote. You need to look at what goes into the export quote. This is discussed in the toolkit as well. You also need to look at how you choose your clearing and forwarding agent. Remember, when you are looking at supplies, your clearing and forwarding agent is a supplier to you. They're going to do your transport, they're going to do your clearing and forwarding, your customs clearance. So please make sure that they do know what they're doing, that they experience in exporting to South Africa. And they also may need to have the funds to make payments on your behalf to customs and so on. So they will actually need to have a good relationship with you. And they also need to understand the processes for exporting and understand the documentation that's required. So if you don't know something, they must also be able to help you with that. You need to have your pro forma invoice when you're exporting. This information is included in the toolkit. There's examples of your quote, of your pro forma invoice and so on within the toolkit. So if you page through it, you will find the details of what's required on your pro forma invoice. So you will need your origin details, your destination details, your seller details, the buyer details, the description of the goods, the price, transport costs, and every cost that you want to include in that invoice. Okay, moving on to processing the export order. Here we are looking at the actual processing of the order. So getting the goods ready for export. While you are getting the goods ready for export, whether it's processing it, cleaning the cashew nuts, packaging it, and so on, you will still need to be getting your documentation ready. So you'll need to make sure that you're working your phytosanitary certificate, your commercial invoices, and all other documents related to the shipment. You need to be contacting your transporter to make sure that they're ready to pick up when the goods are ready, and so on. Your documentation that you need to get ready. And as stated before, no matter what Incoterm you're using, you are responsible for all the export documents. So make sure you are doing it properly. And if you are not doing it personally, you find someone who is very detail orientated. They must be very good with details to make sure that the documents are always done correctly. You'll need your commercial invoice, you'll need your packing list, your phytosanitary certificates, your transport waybills, and so on. So whoever is doing the documentation has to prepare. So if you are looking for a transport document, they will need to send shipping instructions or booking instructions to the transporter, and everything has to be correct. They cannot have mistakes with dates and quantities and all of that. Okay. Presentation of documentation or receiving payment. You may need to present documents to the bank. So you need to have all the documents done correctly. So if you've got a letter of credit or documentary credit, you need to make sure all your documents are correct and correctly done, and that there are no errors. And the last part of your export process is the after-sales service. Once the goods get to me here in Durban, you need to make sure that I'm happy with the goods, pick up the phone or send an email and make sure that we have that relationship developed, where we are constantly communicating. And you must obviously be able to get more orders from me. So your after-sales service and the customer service is a very, very important part of exports. And remember, no matter what goes wrong, you need to let your buyer know. So if you are aware that there are delays at the border, or if you are aware that the truck that you've arranged has an accident, or there's some sort of delay, please let me know if I'm the buyer, because I cannot make decisions without knowing the information. So don't wait for things to get worse. Tell the buyer in advance, because that way the buyer can understand what the issues are, and they can help from their side sometimes. So those are the export processes. Your import process is the process that I would follow here in South Africa. So I would have to be registered as an importer. I will also need to have my own clearing and forwarding agent. So I need to go and find a clearing and forwarding agent and choose the right one for me. The import clearance, I need to make sure that we're using the right HS code with customs. And I've got the documentation from you. So the same documents that you have provided, you will need to send to me, and I will also need to obviously have my import permit when I'm clearing my shipment. Then you have shipments that's stopped for inspection. So I need to be ready with all my documents. If there's anything stopped for inspection, I need to submit the documents. I need to make payments. Because when a shipment is stopped, it is moved to a customs depot, and from there they're inspected. So it may take a few days or sometimes a couple of weeks. So I will need to make sure that I have the money to pay for the storage that happens there, because that is not free. And if there's any fines, I need to make sure that I'm ready to pay for that. And then I'm also responsible for my import permits. Now, when you're looking at your timeline, I haven't done a timeline in graphics and so on, because I think as exporters, you don't need to worry about the very academic and visual way of doing things. The most important part is understanding the processes that you'd be following. So in international supply chain, you have different processes that you need to follow, right, at the same time, and different procedures. So you will need to be establishing the contract with me, the buyer. You will need to be working on your transport procedures and contracts with the clearing and forwarding agents. The regulatory procedures like export clearance and phytosanitary certificates, and anything to do with any of the government organizations in your country, and the financial procedures. So the financial procedures, we're looking at payment. You may need to get credit for producing the goods for exports. And you need to make sure that while you're doing one thing, you are also concentrating on something else. So while you are establishing the contract and we are finalizing things, you are also talking to the transporters, getting costs from them, trying to establish who's the best transporter to use for the shipment. And you're also checking on your documents to make sure that you've got all the right registrations, all the right documents for your regulatory procedures. At the same time, we are discussing the payment methods, who's paying for what, and so on, and what payment methods we're using. I need to make sure that if there's a letter of credit involved, I need to do my part by going to the bank and getting that sorted out. So there's a lot of things that you need to consider when exporting. And when you're creating some sort of timeline, you need to look at every single part, and you need to look at how long it takes. So how long does it take you to do a quote? How long would it take you to do your documentation, to produce the goods or manufacture the goods that you are exporting? How long would it take you to transport it? If you're shipping it from Beira to Durban, how long will it take by ship? Or would it be faster by truck? But there might be issues on the road with using trucking. So you need to look at all of that, the amount of time really that it takes. How long would it take to do a letter of credit, to get your insurance sorted out, and so on. So we're looking at from the time you give me a quote, right till it gets to me, how long would it take you to send your goods to me? So that's what we're talking about, the timeline. It could take any amount of time. I mean, crossing the border, I mean, depending on where you're coming from in Mozambique, you may come via Swaziland, or you may use the new border that's closer to Durban, that comes straight into northern KZN. So you need to look at all of that. How are things going to be transported, and how long does it take? So you have to be very aware of the processes. If you're exporting agricultural goods to me, you need to consider that it may take up to 30 days for me to get an import permit. So you need to consider, you have to take it into account when you are creating your timeline. Okay. Now, we don't have to be exact with the timeline. We just need to understand that if I ask you when I'm getting a quote from you, how long will it take me to get the goods? You need to be realistic. Do not tell me you'll get the goods in 2 weeks. When you know for a fact, I don't have an import permit. And you know for a fact that it'll take 3 weeks to manufacture the goods. So you have to be realistic and you have to be as honest with your client as possible. And that's why you need to understand the requirements for the different processes in exports. So you need to understand how long does it take to establish a contract between the two of us, the transport procedures and all of that, the regulatory procedures, the financial procedures, and so on. Okay, so that's the end of the timeline. We will now be looking at, okay, I've got the screen on for my details, which you can take down now for my email address and my WhatsApp number if you need any assistance. What we'll be going into now is a discussion on the assignment. So I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes to take down my details if you need to. But otherwise, you can actually just contact me via the USA Trade Hub Mozambique office. So either Kacho or Anarata can actually just pass on my details to you or pass on whatever you request from them. If there's any commodities that's not on the toolkit and you need more information on it, please let me know. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this so I can share the assignment. In the meantime, please get your questions ready if you have any. So the assignment is you will need to choose a product of your choice from Mozambique to South Africa, and you can do this in groups. So after lunch, you will have an hour to work on this. You will be required to select a payment method and Incoterm. You will also be required to calculate the customs duties, or obviously the VAT, since we don't have customs duties for SADC, and maybe consider excise duties if it is applicable. For reference, you may use $20,000 as a base cost for the goods for calculation purposes. Also, you will need to create a basic timeline from quote to delivery. And the last question is list the type of barriers faced when exporting your selected product and how these barriers can be alleviated. So I'm just going to share this on my screen. Honorata, I'm not sure if you printed out copies of this. Okay, so here is the question itself.
Mary, I was wondering how many groups?
How many participants do you have in the room? Sorry?
There are 10 participants.
10. So we can probably do 3 groups of 3 or 4 in them. And then each group can take about 10 minutes for presenting. Okay, so with question 4, we're looking for the barriers for exports. So any delays and challenges that there are in exports, and also please provide solutions for them. I think the important part is making sure that we are thinking about solutions and not just focusing on the barriers. So you will answer all 4 questions for this assignment. And you will be presenting from 3 o'clock. I think there's, Honorata, do you have a flipboard or flip chart there that they can use?
Sim, tem.
Okay,
Mary-
have you printed the assignment question up? Or should I just leave it on my screen?
Yes. Pode deixar no ecrã, Mary. Obrigada.
Sorry? Okay, great. Are there any questions in the meantime?
Não sei se daqui poderão acompanhar, surgem algumas questões que a Mary queria apresentar, aproveitar a esclarecer agora. Mary, do meu lado, eu só gostaria de saber uma questão de organização. Veja aqui o exercício prático no ecrã. Estávamos a prever sair para o almoço às 12h15. Então, saímos para o almoço, iniciamos o exercício prático agora antes de irmos para o almoço, ou então dividimos-nos agora em grupos e começamos a trabalhar neste exercício e depois do almoço fazemos as apresentações. Ou seja, levamos uns 10 minutos para, caso não hajam perguntas neste momento, e neste momento não temos nenhuma pessoa que levantou a mão. Então, podíamos começar agora, depois interrompemos em 15 minutos, ou saímos para o almoço agora e voltamos um bocadinho mais cedo para trabalharmos nesse exercício antes das apresentações. O que prefere?
It depends on your side. If lunch is ready, you can go ahead and have lunch. If it's not, then maybe do the work beforehand. I'm not too worried about how it's done. I think as long as they are ready to present at 3, it's fine. Maybe they can, if they don't have questions now, they can split into their groups before lunch and just have a quick chat about it, and then go off to lunch and then come back and work on it.
Não sei se há alguma questão antes de irmos em grupos. Nenhuma questão. Então, não havendo questões, talvez vamos nos dividir em grupos e vamos sair para o almoço, para que tenhamos mais tempo para podermos discutir e não passarmos as 15 horas. Não passamos as 15 horas para termos do nosso programa. Talvez dividimos-nos em grupos agora, vamos almoçar e depois voltamos às 12h40 para começar a discutir. Então, vamos nos dividir e vamos fazer o intervalo para o almoço neste momento, Mary. Obrigada.
Okay, great.
Muito boa tarde, colegas. Estamos de volta. Acho que aqui... Os colegas agora já estão nos seus respectivos grupos e estão a trabalhar no exercício. Não sei se a Mary tem alguma coisa que gostaria de dizer ou relembrar aos colegas.
Thanks, Hanarata. I think the participants just need to remember that they need to keep it simple and work on products that they know and understand the processes. And please use the toolkit to find the information that you don't understand, especially when it comes to Incoterms and payment methods. Be clear about which ones you are choosing. And also remember the barriers to trade. Please think of what actually goes on at the borders and within Mozambique itself, the issues that you face and the different solutions that you can come up with. I think that's it from my side, and good luck and enjoy it.
Obrigada, Mary. Então, se os colegas tiverem algumas questões durante as vossas discussões, podem ficar à vontade de fazer perguntas. Ok?
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Garantia. Não, não acho que as pessoas em casa agora não se confiam. Uma coisa dessas espécies de cheio. Eu não confio se tu confias para a gente, tu depois vês. Eu não confio para a gente.
Mary, let's give the colleagues another 5 minutes. They're just finishing the last question.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. So, Mary, I think the team has agreed that we can go ahead and start the program or start the presentations. And then later on another occasion, the teams might get together to finish up the questions. So we already have the first person from the group, from the first group to do his presentation, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you, Hanarata. I think what we can do is after each group presents, the rest of the participants can ask questions and I will just give some feedback and then we'll move to the next group.
Okay, can you start?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Obrigada. Peço, por favor, quando vier apresentar, é só se identificar, seu nome, de onde vem e proceder à apresentação.
Ok, tá certo. Posso, né? Boa tarde. Meu nome é Ambrósio, sou técnico da Direção Provincial de Indústria e Comércio. Bom, para o nosso grupo, nós escolhemos o feijão manteiga como o produto que vai ser exportado. Então, dada a condição do produto, contando que também a África do Sul é um país próximo, nós escolhemos como o incotermo o FOB. Então, sabemos que o FOB, em resumo, todas as despesas relativas ao processo de exportação recaem para o vendedor, nesse caso, o exportador. Então, o método de pagamento que nós escolhemos é a carta de crédito, porque acreditamos que a carta de crédito é mais seguro do que outros métodos de pagamento e é mais consensual, em que o próprio comprador pode fazer o pagamento ou em processo de pagamento, através do seu banco, emite uma carta de crédito. Então, essa carta de crédito, depois de chegar ao nosso banco ou na nossa posse, aí sim é que começa o processo de exportação. Então, como tínhamos referência, temos o valor de 20 mil como base para calcular os custos. E o primeiro custo que nós calculamos, de acordo com aquilo que eram de acordo com o que nós aprendemos, o primeiro custo é o IVA, que acaba saindo mais ou menos 15%, tratando-se do acordo que nós temos no âmbito da SADC. Então, 15% dos 20 mil dólares saiu mais ou menos 3 mil dólares. Então, de partida já temos um custo de 3 mil dólares, acrescido ao valor que é de 20 mil, que é o valor que nós usamos como referência e também o valor que nós usamos para a aquisição da própria mercadoria, que nesse caso é o feijão manteiga. Então, depois de estimarmos o valor do IVA, e estimamos também o valor do frete. E nessa oportunidade tivemos acesso a um contato de um exportador, aliás, um transportador, que estimou que mais ou menos daqui a Maputo, depois da África do Sul, o transporte poderia nos sair a 3.780 dólares. Então, é o frete e acrescido mais ou menos 180 de seguros, 180 dólares para assegurar a própria mercadoria. E também teremos aqui um custo de certificado de origem. Também tivemos 30 dólares para o certificado de origem. E alguns custos relativos ao processo de desembaraço, estamos a falar de despesas de imposto e direitos aduaneiros. Nós chegamos ao consenso, tratando-se de um processo de exportação, em que o produto sai daqui para a África do Sul. Nós não teríamos muita despesa em termos de imposto, porque exportação tem isenção em alguns produtos. Então, o total de todos os custos, incluindo o nosso lucro, acabamos chegando ao valor de 26.999. Então, com uma margem de erro, acabamos ficando com 28 mil. A fatura pro forma, o valor total da fatura pro forma deu 28 mil dólares. Lembre-se, estamos a usar como base os 20 mil dólares que fomos dados no nosso exercício. Então, agora criamos um cronograma. E devo dizer que nesse cronograma ainda estava a ser elaborado, mas, dado o tempo, acabamos apresentando. Basicamente, no dia 1 de março, o nosso comprador faz uma requisição, um pedido de fatura pro forma, e 3 dias depois, no dia 3 de março, nós respondemos, elaborando uma fatura pro forma e mandando para o nosso cliente, que é o requisitante. Então, no dia 7 de março, depois de o nosso cliente avaliar as condições de pagamento, ele, juntamente com o seu banco, confirma o pagamento através de uma carta de crédito. Depois de confirmar, eles mandam para nós a carta de crédito e nós confirmamos que realmente o pagamento já foi feito e começamos com o processo de transporte, que começa com a aquisição da mercadoria, organização, o frete, pagamento de seguros e mandamos imediatamente o carro para a África do Sul. Então, uma semana depois, no dia 14, a mercadoria chega na fronteira e é feito todo o processo de desembaraço. Então, o desembaraço, nós não temos muito conhecimento, contando que trata-se de políticas da África do Sul, mas nós estimamos que em 3 dias o produto fica disponível no porto da Beira, aliás, no porto não, na fronteira da Beira, nesse caso da África do Sul, pronto para o nosso cliente levar no despacho. Então, é mais ou menos esse cronograma que nós conseguimos apurar até o momento. Obrigado. Transporte são 3.788.
Thank you. I have a question. I didn't hear which input term you used.
FOB, F-O-B.
FOB. Okay. Okay. And is this going via ship to Durban or via truck?
Terrestre. É via terrestre.
Because it is very, very expensive. That is why I was asking if it is going by ship, because $3,700 is a lot of money to be paying for trucking and to move cargo. But it's fine. I'm assuming it's just an estimation. And did you look at whether they needed an import permit?
Você precisa de uma licença de importação? Sim. E nós estimamos que o cliente lá é um cliente que já interage conosco, já trabalha conosco há bastante tempo. Então, já realmente ele precisa e já tem a licença de importação.
Mary, sorry, I just want to add something here.
Okay, understood. So if they do have an import permit already in place, they won't need to reapply. Okay, understood. Okay, thank you. Very interesting commodity that you picked. And thank you for making the effort of actually doing the assignment. And I hope the toolkit was useful in helping you find the answers. And it wasn't very hard to choose which Incoterm or letter of credit. Just to concern, you used FOB for your Incoterm. FOB is only when it is going by sea or river. So if it is going by truck, then you can use FCA. So it'll be first carrier and not FOB, okay? Because it's more or less the same as long as it gets to the carrier. So FCA will be used if it's going over land and FOB if it's at sea, going by sea. Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions or anything that you were not or didn't understand during the assignment?
Sim, gostaria de aproveitar a oportunidade para procurar saber. Nesse caso, para um primeiro exportador, é imperioso que tenha a licença de exportação ou é facultativo? Depende do produto ou tem que imperativamente ter a licença de exportação? Porque eu não vi isso aí referenciado no mapa que estavam me ajudando.
Okay, it depends on the commodity. So it depends on what agricultural commodity or what cargo it is. So if it is, so we'd have to go and check with the Department of Agriculture if they need an import permit. So it doesn't, you don't need it for every single commodity. So it will, you know, especially for fresh shipments, you rather check. But normally if the importer has a lot of shipments, then they would know if it's needed or not. And sometimes they will ask for the documents from you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Neste momento não temos nenhuma outra questão, obrigada.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nessa lista aqui do IVA, existem alguns países que têm, quer dizer, tem uma nota na lista do IVA que diz quando os bens importados têm a sua origem no Botsuana, Lesoto, Namíbia, o valor aduaneiro não deve ser aumentado em 10%. Eu queria entender muito bem essa parte. Não deve ser aumentado em 10%. Quer dizer que pode ser aumentado mais ou menos. E também queria acrescentar por que Moçambique, por exemplo, não goza dessa prioridade, dessa prerrogativa.
With that, it is because Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and South Africa and Swaziland are part of the BLNS countries, which is the Southern African Customs Union. So their rules are different to the normal SADC rules. So they do not have to pay that extra 10% when calculating the VAT. So if you look at the toolkit and how the VAT is calculated, the last part is plus 10% of the FOB value. So those countries don't have to worry about that. And that's only because they're part of the Southern African Customs Union, which Mozambique is not part of. So we mainly look at the SADC rules for this toolkit, but we also have to consider that for those countries.
Então, esse 10% é o valor do direito, é o direito.
But to calculate the VAT, yes. So you'll see the VAT.
Não 15.
Let me.
Pronto, mais uma vez, o que eu estava a referir-me era que os 10% que os outros países não os 10% que não pagam é porque estão incluídos dentro da SACO, não é? É o caso da Namíbia, Suazilândia, sim, Lesoto, Botsuana, não é? Então não pagam esses 10% que estão incluídos no IVA. É isso aí.
Mary, you're muted. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry. So we are looking at how the VAT was calculated, right? So here you've got 10% of the FOB value, right? Plus the duties, if there is any duties involved. And remember, when we're calculating VAT, it's not just for SADC, it's for all regions that we are importing from. So it will be 10% of the FOB value of the duties, which you don't pay, so you don't have to worry about it. Plus excise, so that's if there is any excise involved. And plus fuel tax. And then you've got the 10% of FOB value, right? So when it comes to these countries, Botswana, Swaziland, Lesotho, and Namibia, they don't have to worry about the additional 10% there. But Mozambique would need to use that extra 10%. And that's because they are part of the SACU. So they don't use that, they have a less VAT to pay, really. So the VAT is calculated by looking at all of these costs. So it's 15% of all of this put together. Okay, I hope that makes sense.
Esclarecido para si? Ainda não. Por favor. É que o tradutor não consegue ouvir.
Sim, o que eu quero perceber, basicamente, para caso de Moçambique, que não faz parte desses países, que tem esse benefício fiscal. Então, para além dos 15% que paga, também tem que pagar mais 10%. Então, o IVA acaba saindo a 25% sobre o valor. Nesse caso, é 20 mil que é base. Não?
No, that's not it. You are calculating 15%. So let me find a way to calculate this and show you.
Yeah, com base no $20 mil.
So it will be 15. So here I have my calculator, and let me use them all. Okay. So you've got 15%. Wait. Times, so if your FOB value was 20,000, okay, plus your duties, which is 0, okay, plus excise, which is 0 again. I'm not sure what the fuel tax is, plus 10% of FOB value, right? So your FOB value is 20,000, so 10% of that will be 2,000, right? Okay, and so that will be your VAT there. Okay. I hope with that calculation it makes sense. So it's times 20 plus 0 plus 0 plus 2. Okay, so that is how you would calculate it. Now, if you are from Botswana, you don't have to worry about that 2,000, right? So then you will be calculating just based on the 20,000 and then your fuel tax, okay, which is 3,000. So the difference is only about $300. So it's not a huge difference, but it's just a slight benefit for them. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. Okay, perfect.
Acho que agora podemos trazer o segundo grupo para fazer a sua apresentação.
Yes, please.
Okay. And Mary, o valor de transporte de 3.788, os colegas aqui que estão na área de transporte confirmam que de facto é isso. É muito caro, sim, aqui em Moçambique. Obrigada. Por favor.
Okay, thank you.
Boa tarde. O nosso grupo é o segundo grupo. Vou proceder à apresentação do trabalho do segundo grupo. Meu nome é Emiliano Bento Américo, venho do APEX. Estava com os colegas da Indústria e Comércio. e do SDAE. Respondendo à primeira questão, que é a escolha do método de pagamento. Nós escolhemos o método de pagamento de carta de crédito, porque a carta de crédito é um método seguro, segundo constatou aqui no seminário, e também escolhemos o Incotermos, o CIF, que é o custo seguro de frete. Então, esta seria a resposta do número 1. E o número 2 seria com base nos 20 mil, calcular, portanto, o custo total de exportação. Nós, com base neste valor, escolhemos como produto o amendoim e calculamos o seguro, frete, direito e o IVA. Atendendo o custo base de 20 mil, seguro, optamos em 5%, deu $1.000 de seguro, e frete, estimamos em $1.500, os direitos aduaneiros em 7%, estimou-se em 1.680, o IVA em 15%, $3.000. Então, o custo, tanto total, seria o somatório da base, mais seguro, frete, direito aduaneiros, IVA. Então, dava 27.185. Então, este seria o custo de exportação, tanto do produto que é amendoim para a África do Sul. E escolhemos meio marítimo, não terrestre, para, portanto, optimizar os custos de frete. Então, é quanto tinha sobre o número 2. E o cronograma básico não conseguimos de efetuar até a entrega, bem como o tipo de barreiras não conseguimos também enumerar, porque levamos mais tempo no cálculo de exportação do produto. Muito obrigado. IVA, 3.000.
Okay. I have a question. Where did you get 7% for custom duties from?
Bem, o custo de direito aduaneiros, nós
Okay, just remember for export to South Africa, you are customs exempt, so you do not need to pay customs duties. You just need to worry about the VAT and if there is any excise duties. But customs duties, you have to take out the 7% because it's not necessary, right? So that's just for you to remember for later on. But good attempt. And I see that your ocean freight is cheaper than trucking. Is that the reality? Is shipping by sea cheaper than trucking? Okay. I would have thought it would be more expensive to ship. But well done on choosing the cheaper option. Only with shipping, you might have a few more delays. So that might be a problem. And I'm happy with the Incoterm, CIF, and your letter of credit. So thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Não tenho opção.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Boa tarde. Eu sou Elcide Madeira, sou da Associação de Transportes Rodoviários de Carga de Sofala, Astros. Bom, o produto por nós escolhido foi o mel. A forma de pagamento é pagamento adiantado, é que nos deixou mais confortável. Recebemos valor até antes de fazermos o devido trabalho. Tendo como base o Incoterms, escolhido foi o FOB, tendo como base o FOB, $20.000, nós calculamos alguns custos específicos, nomeadamente direitos em $1.000, imposto de consumo específico $1.000, mais o valor do FOB, 10% do valor do FOB, $2.000, e mais $400 do imposto sobre combustível, totalizando o valor total sem IVA de $24.400. Retiramos os 15% do IVA, que seria, no caso concreto, $3.660, valor do IVA. Calculado o valor de IVA, para a devida exportação, existiram-nos outros custos, tais como certificado de origem, $100, transporte marítimo, $500, embalagem do produto, todo o produto, mel e timbre, $400, expensão fitossanitária, $600, desalfandegamento, $30, seguro, $300. Atingindo um custo total de $24.700. Dos $24.700, respondendo à pergunta número 2, todos os direitos, taxas de seguro pago, incluindo o seguro pago, totalizou-nos $5.590. Indo à pergunta número 2, cronograma básico desde a cotação até a entrega, temos, número 1, a cotação, número 2, recebimento do valor, visto que o método escolhido de pagamento foi o pagamento adiantado. Número 3, envio da mercadoria, incluindo aqui o processo burocrático tudo. Calculamos o processo todo até a chegada do porto de Turban, partindo do porto da Beira, um período estimado em 10 dias. Pergunta número 4, nós chegamos lá a fazer por causa do tempo. Obrigado.
Okay, thank you. Are you sending it via sea, the cargo? Is it going by a ship? Ship. Okay, so FOB is fine to use. Advance payment is good. Honey is not easy to deal with. Did you have a look at the fact sheet in the toolkit?
Just para repetir, não percebi.
Did you read the fact sheet on honey in the toolkit?
Mary, can you repeat your question, please?
I just wanted to know if he had a look at the fact sheet on honey in the toolkit.
Ok, ela pergunta se olharam para o fact sheet sobre o mel no kit de ferramentas. A ficha técnica sobre o mel.
Olha, passamos. Não olhamos.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, and your timeline for 10 days, is that just the shipping? You have 10 days to bring it to Durban. Is that only shipping or to manufacture as well or to package?
É suficiente. Desde que seja conservado, que o contentor tenha as devidas condições de conservação.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions. Do you have any questions?
Doutor Pereira tem um ponto de interrogação. Ok, por favor.
Mais uma vez. Again. A minha pergunta é a seguinte: dos produtos para exportar para a África do Sul, quais é que poderiam entrar para cadeias de valores internacionais? Suponhamos que Moçambique quer participar numa cadeia de valor, quais poderiam ser os produtos que nós poderíamos exportar para a África do Sul e depois para poder incluir nas cadeiras de valores internacionais?
I don't understand the question. Are you asking me what products would be the best to export?
Sim. Dos produtos que foram apresentados aqui, como produtos que a África do Sul recebe, que os outros países podem exportar para a África do Sul. Por exemplo, quais é que poderiam ser aquelas que poderiam entrar nas cadeias de valor internacionais. Nós temos um produto, por exemplo, mel, pode ser que a gente queira exportar para a África do Sul, depois pode entrar numa cadeia, dentro daquele processo de produção na cadeia de valor internacional para exportar para os países. Isso é... Quais são os produtos que são mais execuíveis, que têm mais apetência para isso?
I think what we need to understand about value chains is that it adds value to the product. So if you are looking at peanuts, you have to process the peanuts, roast it, salt it, and then package it, and then export it, right? If you're looking at pigeon peas, you may need to dry it and then package it and check the quality. If you're looking at honey, you will need to package it properly, label it, and so on. So each value chain is different. So you will need to decide what resources you have already and what would be easiest. And obviously, it depends on market demand. So something like peanuts is demanded everywhere. You know, everyone eats peanuts. And if you roast it and salt it, you will have a market for it. So it depends on the market, and it depends on what resources and how easy it is to process and add value to it. So I would choose the easiest product to export.
Obrigado.
Okay, thank you.
Mary, eu gostaria de levantar uma questão assim um bocadinho mais geral. Que tem a ver, dando seguimento Dercy, eu consigo ouvir-lhe em inglês. Ou não sei quem está...
Translation.
Eu consigo ouvir o tradutor em inglês. Mary, consegue me ouvir, não é? Ok. Então, o que eu estava a dizer é...
Okay, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Ok, obrigada. O que eu estava a dizer é em termos de oportunidades, porque acredito que o colega da Apex também estaria interessado em saber. Há produtos que são complexos para poder exportar para a África do Sul. Mel é um deles. Vários países da região não estamos a tentar exportar, mas com as restrições ou os requisitos do Ministério da Agricultura da África do Sul, torna esta exportação muito complexa. Na tua opinião, de uma forma geral, fora daquele, ou talvez aqueles mesmos produtos que estão aqui neste kit de ferramentas, quais seriam outros produtos que seriam uma boa oportunidade para um país como Moçambique poder exportar para a África do Sul, dentro daquilo que é o teu conhecimento do mercado sul-africano e as tendências nos últimos anos? Gostaria de ouvir a sua opinião.
I think if you're looking at products like cashew nuts, which Mozambique is known for, that would be a good product because there is a demand for more healthy foods in South Africa. But it really depends on how much you can process and package the goods. So regardless of what you are exporting, I mean, most products you will find a market. I mean, olive oil, there is definitely a market here. I mean, it's sold in all the supermarkets in South Africa. So there is a market for different products. It's just about making sure that you are adding value to it and you have the resources to, you know, have the right packaging. If you look at honey, we need an import permit, plus the packaging is important. And that's why we've put the fact sheet in the toolkit so you can read through and understand what the requirements are. And as you add value, you also add in costs. If you can keep those costs low, then you can, you know, be competitive in the market here. So I think maybe have a look. If there are other products that's not in the toolkit and you want more information on it, you are welcome to email me and I can find the information on what the requirements are in South Africa.
Ok. Muito obrigada, Mary, pela resposta. Não sei se os colegas têm alguma outra questão. Talvez dar a oportunidade também aos colegas que estão conosco virtualmente. Se algum colega tem uma questão, alguma pergunta que nós podemos esclarecer. Neste momento não vejo nenhumas mãos levantadas. Muito bem. Então, Mary, gostaríamos de dizer o nosso muito obrigado pela formação e pelo kit de ferramentas que cada colega recebeu aqui hoje e vai levar consigo e partilhar com outros, já que agora já estamos todos formados. Então, muito obrigada, Mary. Dando seguimento ao nosso programa, terminamos agora a questão das perguntas e respostas. Deixem-me só... Não sei se a Wendy, vais partilhar agora os slides, por favor?
Honorata,
yes.
I think we just need to go through the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit usage tracker that I'll be sharing. And once I'm done with that, then we can close. And I'm not sure if you have the certificates ready.
Quanto tempo é que precisa, Mary? Acho que é melhor nós terminarmos mesmo.
Sorry?
Eu dizia...
about 5 minutes, really.
Oh,
so it won't be long.
Sim.
Okay, so I will share my screen now. Sorry. Okay, firstly, thank you to everyone for attending this workshop. I hope the toolkit will be useful for you and whoever you do help and train on the toolkit. And we've put in a lot of work in it and we are here to help if there's any other questions over the next month. So please contact me either directly or via Kacha and Honorata and Danea in Mozambique, and we will try and help you with whatever additional information you need. What we do need help with, and I think we need to have this translated, I'm not sure if it already has been, we need to understand whether the toolkit has been useful for you. So if you can keep track of how you're using it, so if you can enter the country, your name, your organization, email and telephone address on the top, And if you are assisting any other country or any other companies or individuals and sharing the toolkit with them, please keep a track of it. We will be meeting with you in later in March to see how well it's been used and if it has really been useful, and if there were any issues with it. So if you can just put in the date, the company name. If they do not have a registered company, that's also fine. The name of the contact person, their gender, email address, telephone, the products that they are exporting. And even if this is from yourself, please just update it on the tracker. And any feedback on the toolkit that you may have, we will appreciate any information that you can share with us on the toolkit itself and whether or not it has been helpful. We are just trying to track, if there has been any benefits for the exporters and SMEs who are using the toolkit. And hopefully we have some increase in exports from the countries that we are training. And obviously we would like to see the increase in exports from Mozambique, and we are here to assist. So if there's any help you need in the next month or so, please let me know, and we'll try and find out whatever information you need. The USA Trade Hub obviously has other projects that they're involved with where they can assist you with finding buyers. We've got the African Trade Platform, and there's a number of ways that they will be able to assist you. So while they still have the project running, please get as much help as you can. So thank you to everyone, and thank you for attending, and I wish you all the best, and thank you. Thanks, Hanarata, and thanks to the rest of the team.
Muito obrigada, Mary, pela apresentação e pela formação. Então, obrigada, Wendy. Para ter acesso aos diferentes vídeos que nós temos da USA Trade and Investment Hub, temos aqui o link para a nossa página web, que os colegas depois podem consultar e terão acesso a todos os anteriores webinars. Temos vários webinars que promovemos, que têm a ver com o comércio, claro que é o foco principal, o objetivo principal do trabalho que nós fazemos aqui. Aumentar as exportações da região para a África do Sul e para os Estados Unidos. E depois temos alguns eventos que estão por vir nos próximos dias. Conforme a Mary referiu, estas formações estão a ter lugar em todos os países onde trabalhamos aqui na região. Esta semana também temos, próxima semana temos um webinar que tem a ver com a exportação para os Estados Unidos. Depois temos também um workshop sobre o AGOA, que é a Lei de Crescimento e Aproveitamento dos Estados Unidos. Temos este workshop que vai ter lugar em Botsuana. E depois temos esta formação também, semelhante, que terá lugar na África do Sul. Conforme mencionei no início da nossa formação, no dia 16 estaremos em Nampula e no dia 22 em Maputo. Caso os colegas queiram fazer um refresh daquilo que foi discutido aqui, podemos também partilhar o link para se juntarem a nós virtualmente nestas formações de Nampula e de Maputo. A seguir, gostaríamos de informar que temos representantes nacionais em cada país da região. Então, eu estou aqui a representar Moçambique e trabalho com a colega Linnea, que foi ela que ligou para cada um dos colegas para confirmar a vossa participação. E depois temos outros colegas na Zâmbia, África do Sul, Malawi, Namíbia, Lesoto, Eswatini, Botswana e Angola. Portanto, cada país tem um representante nacional da USA Trade Hub e nós estamos aqui para apoiar naquilo que for que foram as questões aqui levantadas, na medida que vão usando o toolkit, como disse a Mary. Por favor, se algo não está claro, podem nos fazer as perguntas. E agradecer aos nossos parceiros, em particular o Ministério da Indústria e Comércio, a CTA, os outros membros do setor privado que cá estão, e por nos acolherem tão bem aqui na cidade da Beira. Assim sendo, gostaria de fechar a nossa formação e desejar muito boa sorte para todos os colegas e estamos juntos. Muito obrigada.